All right, good evening, everyone. It is 5 p.m., and I will call the Policy and Personnel Committee to order. Ms. Schopp, may I please have roll call?
Anderson.
Present.
Delgado. Believe she is absent tonight on vacation. And Levy.
Here.
So I have Levy and Anderson in the boardroom, and Delgado is absent.
All right, thank you so much. Could we have approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Okay, I will provide a second. Is there any discussion? There's a motion on the floor with a second. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, there are none opposed. The motion carries unanimously. Next, is there a motion to approve the minutes from the May 11th meeting?
So moved.
All right, I will provide a second. Any discussion? I do have one point under number 1, meeting opening, action C, approval of the agenda. If we could add items 2B, so postponing items 2B and 2D through H. Okay. All right. If there is no other discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. There are none opposed. The motion carries unanimously. Okay. Next, that brings us to appointment of vice chair. Board Member Anderson, would you serve as the vice chair for the Policy and Personnel Committee?
Yes, I will.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, that moves us along to number 2, personnel items. I have divided my notes into questions that are fine for open session and then questions for closed session. But Board Member Anderson, I will yield the floor to you. Do you have any questions on Exhibits A, B, or the interview panel diversity report that was attached?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit A, quick question. The rehire/retain, were the employees that have permanent status in the notes section previously under 1-year license program status? Hi.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yes, so those staff were provided a 1-year contract the last school year. They successfully completed their program and now are licensed, and so we were able to retain those staff members.
Perfect. I just wanted to confirm that. And then my next question is, what is the process for tracking the employees that have a 1-year license program to make sure that they are able to move to permanent status?
Sure, so we capture that in our Skyward system, which is our HRIS system. And so we, throughout the year, let me back up a little bit. So the employees actually, on a 1-year, provide a form for us that's then submitted to DPI. And so that form, under the licensure form, we use that to track. And so then we enter that into Skyward, and then we pull reports. And then we reach out to the employees throughout the year to see how they're tracking through their program and monitoring their progress towards licensure.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And then I had a couple questions on Exhibit B.
Okay.
The first that hopefully Mr. Beard can answer. So I'll just give you both of them at the same time. One, why were there no intermediate camps at Cunningham? And then no 4th and 5th grade camps at Fruzen or McNeil?
No socially distance.
Okay, so you can hear me?
Yep.
There were no camps at Cunningham because there was not enough interest as far as advisors and advisors overlooking the camps. So I had a conversation with Mr. Lopez and Ms. Papke about what we would like to do. We surveyed their staff numerous times, and they decided, well, since it is 3 weeks and is towards the end of the school year, we'll just move through this year and then look at whatever we need to do for the following year.
Okay. Was it the same situation with the 4th and 5th grade camps at Fruzen and McNeil?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Well, I'm excited that Aldridge was able to offer that for students. And then my last question on Exhibit B, and I know that this came up before when you did your presentation for summer camps, that the addendum would be $1,000. But then after coach pay, and we want to make sure we're being consistent and reproducible, et cetera. So since the new matrix doesn't start until July 1st, so I went back to the 2015 matrix, and I pulled this sheet for middle school activities, and there are 2 places that I looked. So intramurals and then other appointed by the board. So intramurals was actually $1,186 just for that 0 experience. So if you could just let us know where that $1,000 came from, because I didn't find it on the matrix, and I know that addendums are slightly different, that would be helpful.
The matrix from 2015 and 16 pertain to coaching and athletics at the intermediate level. These camps were not in that arena, I should say. And so to say something similar to that for a 6-week season or a 6-week camp, what we were proposing at the beginning, we tried to stay somewhat comparable to that. And after we were not able to get those going, we cut it down to 3 weeks, which we cut it in half to 500.
Right, so just so, if anyone's watching, and for my own personal clarity, for the 2015 matrix, there isn't like a supplemental document that numbers are generated for addendums.
No, they're not for our camps. This is a one-time COVID-related situation where we wanted to give the kids something to, since they were coming back into school, give them an opportunity to be involved in something. The principals at the intermediate schools thought that these sports camps would be a great idea to provide them something after school.
Perfect, thank you. That was all of my questions for Exhibits A and B. I guess my next one will be for Ms. Williams. Thank you so much, Mr. Beard. Thank you for including the interview panel diversity report. That's extremely helpful. So I just had 2 questions. My first is that after reviewing that, is there a reason, or you can kind of explain how this came about, that there are no Black people on either of the 2 interview panels listed?
So when we're looking at our recruitment processes, the hiring leader has the discretion to build those diversity or those panels and to determine what the diversity is on those panels. And so when they do that, they look at the scope of the role. Are there key stakeholders that should be on that panel? And then they go from there to design the panel. However, it is highly encouraged from the HR department that they do include diversity, that does include race, what makes sense when you're interviewing for a certain scope of the role, and how that position will intersect with other positions within the district, that team, that department, that building. And just please know that the HR department does highly encourage that diversity.
No, I appreciate hearing that. And so when I look at this and I see for the 2 panels, there were 4 white females and 1 male Hispanic, and then 3 white females, 3 white males, and 1 male Hispanic. Again, there are no Black people on the panels, and so my next question is, do we need to solicit community members to serve on interview panels to increase our diversity?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I think when looking at our recruitment processes and making sure that those processes are inclusive, if we don't have representation from Black members here in our district, that is definitely an idea to explore.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I look forward to reviewing the future interview panels. And again, thank you for including that because that is a step in the right direction. We have not always had those.
Okay.
All right, Board Member Anderson, last call for open session questions. If you don't have any, I would be willing to entertain a motion to move us into closed session so we can finish up our discussion for employee recs.
I have no questions at this time. So I would move to convene the Policy and Personnel Committee into closed session pursuant of Section 19.85, Parent C, Parent 6, or Parent 1, Parent C, of the Wisconsin State Statute relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of a public employee over which the government body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
Thank you so much. I will offer this second. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, Ms. Shope, I believe we need a roll call vote.
Anderson,
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Because the place I work for up in East Troy, they have a
All right, is everything up with our recording? Okay, perfect. All right, we have reconvened into open session, and I am ready to entertain a motion for our employee recs, both Exhibit A and B.
I move to recommend the personnel and employment recommendations Exhibit A and B and the topics discussed in closed session to the full Board of Education for approval.
All right, I will provide a second. Is there any discussion with the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, there are none opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to item 3, policies for first reading. And at the top of the list, A is policy 171, regular board meetings. Is Attorney Love joining us, or?
She might still be in the, she was in the other meeting, so I wonder if. She did not? She did. Is jumping back in.
Okay. I think the first couple, we can,
Yeah.
it's minor changes.
There she is.
Oh,
Perfect.
Attorney Love, thank you so much for joining us.
So with the changes as part of our conversation with committee structure was changing second and fourth Tuesday to first and third, and then normalizing our titling of the meetings as regular board meetings. So those were the changes that were initially proposed for this policy.
Perfect. And I just have a question for clarification. And I've seen it posted as regular board meeting or business board meeting. Is there a difference, or is it just simply semantics?
It's simply semantics.
Okay, perfect. I am fine with this. Board Member Anderson, do you have any concerns, any questions, comments for policy 171?
I am just fine with it.
All right, sounds good.
Can I make one quick
please.
comment? So with these first few policies that are tied to the committee structure, just so that the community is aware, we were discussing, even though they are listed in consent agenda for tonight, that the desire is to give board members time to review this. So we would be looking for a recommendation to hold this over until the June 8th board meeting.
Absolutely. And so Secretary Shope, could we go ahead and put the policies that we are discussing tonight on the draft agenda for June 8th? And then that way board members can go and review everything. So on the 8th, when it comes back to us, it will go to consent agenda that evening, but with the understanding that board members have had sufficient time to review and to provide feedback. Perfect. Dr. Kieser, thank you for that clarification. Is there a motion to move policy 171 to the regular board meeting for June 8th?
So moved.
All right, I will provide a second. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, there are none opposed. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, that moves us to policy 185.1, Business Operations / Finance Committee. I do have one request. Hold on.
Point of order, did you want to do 185 first?
Please. Policy 185, Standing Board Committee. Thank you, Ms. Shope.
So in policy 185, again, reflecting the conversation we've had at governance committee and at the full board, changing Planning and Budget to the Business Operation and Finance Committee, Oversight and Finance to the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee. Policy and Personnel would become Policy, and Governance would stay the same.
Okay. I will open the floor to you, Board Member Anderson, because I have a few comments, but I will yield the floor first if you have any comments or questions for Policy 185.
I do not.
Okay. So I think that we should have listed as 5 standing committees, because once we split Policy and Personnel, we are going to have an HR standing committee. It just happens to be of the full board. Is there a reason it would not be listed under a standing committee?
That's a great question. A question that I've been investigating is because there is times when we need to go into closed session, I'm exploring the opportunity of just making an executive session of the board right before the regular board meeting and the only agenda item would be the employee recommendations. But making it a committee unto itself would accomplish the same process.
Attorney Love, do you have any legal guidance for us? Is there any benefit in having a human resource committee, or should that just be executive session for the full board?
It's really, I mean, from a legal standpoint, you could do either.
Okay.
You know, it's really, you have these other standing committees. You could just separate out Policy and Personnel as 2 separate, or you could do the executive session opportunity instead.
Okay, thank you so much. So my only concern, I am leaning towards, unless you oppose, Dr. Kieser, having a Human Resources Committee, because I like the way the committee structures are documented in our policies, and it gives a purpose, and then it lists the objectives, and I think that is helpful to have. So like the 1 through 6, where it starts with work with the superintendent, and then 6, the superintendent and the executive director of business, that would be lost from policy, because once we move down to Policy and Personnel, policy that's going to be amended, all of that is listed to be omitted.
I think I'm not opposed to it at all. It was just kind of one side or the other, and I knew that we would be bringing it here for the conversation. So
Okay.
I'm completely comfortable with creating it as a Human Resources Committee structured in the way that we discussed.
Okay, perfect. Board Member Anderson, do you have any thoughts on whether it's a separate committee and we have the purpose and the objectives listed, or handled differently?
I would be perfectly fine with it being a committee itself.
Okay. So Secretary Short, if we could have it say there will be 5 standing committees. And then my other thing is just kind of clerical. With business operations and finance, could we use commas and separate that out like we do teaching, learning, equity, and people services? So it will be business, comma, operations, and finance. And then teaching, learning, equity, and people services is fine. And then we have policy, we have governance, and then we will have human resources. And so human resources will need to be generated a number.
Yes, we'll create one for human resources.
Okay. And then the 1 through 6 will be kind of the objectives. And then if for the meeting on the 8th, if we could have just a purpose for that committee so it follows the same policy structure. And the other thing that I would like to include in the standing committee is a reiteration of where they meet. I notice once we go into the separate policies, some of them say when they meet and some of them don't. So if we have, for example, Business Operations and Finance Committee meets on the first Tuesday of the month at 5. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services meets on the 3rd Tuesday at 5. And then Policy Committee meets on the first Wednesday at 5. Human Resources Committee meets on the 1st and 3rd Tuesday at 6:30. And then we don't have to have this solved now, but I do think it is important for governance committee that we do list some type of cadence, but it feels inappropriate for this committee to decide that because none of us serve on that governance committee. So I did just run that past our board president that we would like to have some type of cadence for when the governance committee meets.
And I'll talk with Board President Miller to see what her recommendation is for that cadence. So I'll bring that here.
All right. So a couple things that I just wanted to, so when we go through, it looks like just the naming is different, which we already addressed. There is one line that says, with the intention of building board capacity, board members should serve on business operations and finance, and then teaching, learning, equity, and people services, and policy committee during their 3-year term of office. So we changed the names on those, but not every board member has a 3-year term. So I am recommending that we just omit that.
Okay. That last line.
Yep.
Okay.
And then a couple points in that last section that starts with in addition to chairing, and this came from our board president. She has some concerns where it says, as ex officio, the board president may participate and vote in committee meetings, but the president's presence does not count towards a quorum. And she can, of course, elaborate with this with you on her own. She is concerned that that may be creating an imbalance of presidential power, being able to be on every committee as a voting member. And so Attorney Love, is there some reasoning that it is structured the way it is that should not be changed, or is that preference?
You're muted, Attorney Love.
I apologize.
No problem.
I would have to look at that. I don't know off the top of my head why that would be, why it's stated in that manner.
Okay, so if we could just, yeah, go ahead, please.
I actually was looking into that as well because my concern was more of having the line that this will not count towards the quorum, and I believe that this language is actually lifted in part from state statute, that it says that the president of, I'll double check, but I
Okay.
think there's state statute that plays a factor into some of this language.
So Secretary Sho, could you make note that we're gonna look into that and then make sure that that's one of the things that we revisit on June 8th? And then the final portion of that, all committees shall be noticed. It says in the official district newspaper. Can we just omit that? And all committee meetings shall be noticed in accordance to state law and established Board of Education policy? I don't think we have an official district newspaper.
We do.
We do?
It's the Beloit Daily News. That's in a different policy.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so that is the official district paper. Is that happening? Is that, we need to hold on to that?
Yes, we email them when we email everybody else that gets emailed to say that we've posted. That's what it means by
Perfect.
getting noticed.
All right.
They're not published, they're just noticed.
Okay. Then it sounds like that's handled. It does not need to be omitted. Okay, so one other thing that I wanted to put out for discussion in the Policy and Personnel Committee policy that we'll get to, it says the superintendent or designee will attend committee meetings. Does it make sense to pull that from all of the individual committee policies and place it here? Because it's in some, it's not in all, but if we have it in the overarching policy for standing board committees, then it's there and it applies to all standing board committees.
That actually does make sense, and I could see that towards the end of that first paragraph where it says each committee will be comprised of, and then we could add in that the superintendent or designee will attend all committee meetings.
Perfect. And then the other thing that I wanted to add to this overarching policy that will apply to all of our standing meetings is, and I'm open to verbiage, I'm not married to this, by the last committee meeting prior to the organizational meeting, committee members will approve all closed session minutes. And I'm open to where the best place to put that. So Attorney Love, the issue that we could potentially run into is if the configuration of the committee changes, which it does every year at our organizational meeting, if there are lingering closed session minutes, the people who were involved in those minutes are not there to approve them, and so they just linger. So I am open to where you believe the best place to put this in would be.
Are you saying that's referenced in here?
No, it's not. I think that it would be a good idea for us to add a statement into the policy that says, by the last committee meeting prior to the organizational meeting. So every April, when board members leave, new board members come on, we have our organizational meeting where we do committee assignments. So at the last committee meeting prior to that meeting, which changes the configuration, committee members will approve all closed session minutes.
Yeah, and you want to know where to put that in?
Please.
I'm just looking.
Or even if we put that as a note and that can kind of be worked out, and then put in the draft that members have access to see before the June 8th meeting.
Yes, why don't we do that, and then we'll review it with all of these changes and figure out where it best fits.
Perfect. All right. Those are all of the things that I had for policy 185. Anything? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I believe that the ex officio portion that was being discussed is actually from Robert's Rules of Order.
Is that where that's from? Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, Board Member Anderson, is there anything else you would like to add to policy 185?
There's not.
All right, is there a motion to approve policy 185 to be forwarded to the full board for the June 8th policy and personnel meeting?
Move to recommend to the full Board of Education the approval of the revision and layover of policy 135.
Yeah, 185.
185. Board committee, standing board committees for the first reading
For the June 8th meeting.
for the June 8th meeting.
Perfect. I will provide a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, aye. None are opposed. The motion passes unanimously. So that moves us to policy 185.1, Business Operations Finance Committee. Until it's approved, because this is a little confusing for me, can we leave it as Planning Budget Committee and then put the proposed new name in parentheses so everyone understands what it was and what we are recommending it will be? And then again, if we can just use commas instead of backslashes, just so that our nomenclature is consistent. So policy 185.1, Planning Budget Committee, and then in parentheses until it changes, Business, Operations, and Finance Committee. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
All right, so when we get into that policy, so I am concerned that the purpose no longer states a purpose with the deletions. It just talks about meeting cadence. And we move that meeting cadence to the overarching 185 standing policy that lists when everyone meets. So actually what I am recommending is that we get rid of the to meet regularly scheduled unless, because that has already been covered in policy 185. And actually the part that's lined through in red, I think we should actually keep that and just say to perform detailed exploration of plans to optimize. So the only thing we would omit was that future. Student achievement, support for teachers, maintenance and development of district facilities, responding to the needs of the community and stewardship of taxpayer dollars. But I do have a question. So this community outreach portion, do you believe that that best fits in business operations and finance or teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services?
Community outreach, I would say, would go with the teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services.
Okay, I would agree. Board Member Anderson, do you have any?
I would agree with that too.
Okay, so if we did, for the purpose of Business Operations and Finance Committee, then I'm just gonna reread this back to make sure everyone's okay. To perform detailed exploration of plans to optimize student achievement, support for and actually support for teachers, that should be in teaching, learning too.
Yeah.
Okay, so to optimize student achievement, maintenance and development of district facilities, responding to and stewardship of taxpayer dollars.
Yep.
So are we taking the position that all of our committees include optimized student achievement, or do we want that in teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services as well? I'm fine with either.
We certainly can in the one that will be coming up next, we say study and evaluate student achievement, so we could keep the language consistent.
Okay, so Secretary Shope, I was confusing. Let me read it one more time. To perform detailed exploration of plans to optimize student achievement, maintenance and development of district facilities, and stewardship of taxpayer dollars. And then do we also want to include and make appropriate recommendations to the full board? That would be consistent with
Yeah.
other, okay. Ms. Shope, did you get that? Perfect. All right. So our purpose, I am comfortable with that. When we go to the 1 through 13, the ones that are crossed out, I'm fine with that. The ones in green that are being added, I'm completely fine with that. Board Member Anderson, do you have any concerns just dealing with 1 through 13, what is crossed out in red and what is being added in green?
I have no concerns with it.
Okay, so I just have a couple questions. With number 3, to be knowledgeable about the district's strategic plan, and I don't remember offhand, is that included in policy 185? Because I think that's critical for all of our standing committees. So I could see omitting it from here if it is included there.
It is not, so I can take that and include that in 185.
Okay, and let's do this, before we approve individually, let's just see how many we can get through before 6, and then we can go back and approve them all at once. So when we do adjustments like this, it's seamless. Okay, so number 3 will be omitted from policy 185.1, but added to policy 185. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
Okay, and then my other question, which is the last one on this one, is number 10, where it says annually study and evaluate the 5 and 10-year facility plans. Why was the 5-year, was there a reason it was omitted?
The reason why it was omitted was because of the changes in how the fund for the facilities plans is used. It only does a 10-year plan, so
Okay.
that's why we took out the 5.
Perfect. Okay, so I am fine with policy 185.1. Last call for changes before we move to 185.2. All right. So 185.2 currently is oversight. Finance Committee will be shifting to Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee. So for the purpose, for me, it makes sense to say to study and evaluate student achievement, support for teachers, meeting the needs of students and community, and making appropriate recommendations to the full board. Is there a reason that support was added to support needs?
No, as I'm reading through it, I think there was half-formed thought that was starting to be typed in there.
Okay.
And at the beginning, instead of to study and evaluate, do we want to use the same language from the previous one to say optimize student achievement? So that we have consistency between the opening of the purposes?
Yeah, I'm completely fine with that.
Okay. Support teachers, meeting the needs of students and community, and making appropriate recommendations to the full board.
Okay, so to optimize student achievement, support,
Teachers, I'll take out the 4.
okay, so how about this? To optimize student achievement, provide support for students, teachers, and community stakeholders, and to make appropriate recommendations to the full board.
Students
And I can repeat that if it sounds like something we want to use.
and community, you said?
Yep, so to optimize student achievement, provide support for students, teachers, and community stakeholders, and make appropriate recommendations to the full board.
I like that.
Board Member Anderson, are you okay with that for the purpose?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And again, I'm fine with everyone that is, everything that is proposed for omission in red and added in green. All right, last call for any other adjustments for policy 185.2.
I have a question.
Yes.
So in the previous policy, it said that the chair had the ability to call special meetings. And I didn't know if you wanted that in this policy as well.
I think it would make sense to put that in policy 185, the overarching one for standing committees,
Okay,
instead of having it in each of the individual committees.
okay.
Thank you for catching that. Okay, so that brings us to policy 185.4, policy committee. So formerly policy and personnel. So just a question that I had, is there a reason there's not a purpose listed for this committee?
No, when I looked at this, it was simply listed as policy and personnel with
Duties?
the duties, so they did not actually write one for
Okay,
this.
and what I would recommend is that we actually use D for the purpose, so to review the master policy logbook or MPL on a 5-year cycle and recommend to the entire board necessary changes. Policies requiring annual review are marked as such in the MPL and will be reviewed by committee members annually. Is everyone okay with using that for the purpose? Okay. Okay, so we will take D and use that as the purpose, and then under duties, We don't need B because we've included that in policy 185. So I would just use A and C as duties of the policy committee. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, and then everything under personnel, when the new policy for the HR committee is created, 1 through 6, so a purpose will be generated for that policy, and then 1 through 6 will be the duties of that HR committee.
May I make a clarification?
Please.
So number 6 talks about who will be attending, so that would not belong there either. That would go to 185?
Yep, because it's already covered in 185. Thank you. So 1 through 5 will be duties of the newly created HR committee, and a purpose will just need to be added.
I'm sorry to bother you again.
No bother at all.
So both the policy committee and then the HR committee, both will say ad hoc advisory committees can be created. Is that something you would want in the 185, that committees can create ad hoc committees?
Yes, thank you for that, Ms. Because that streamlines it and makes it more efficient. So anything that you see that is popping up in each of the committees, please put a note on there to just have that under 185 so we don't have to be redundant.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, any other adjustments to policy 185.4? It is currently policy and personnel committee, but will be transitioning to policy committee.
I do have one question.
Please, sir.
So, kind of looking at the previous ones that we just looked at, comparing it to this one, we break it down with the duties, and then it goes into what the duties are for the committee chair. The previous ones that we just looked at don't break it down like that. And just for consistency, is there a reason, or?
No, I think that's great. How about we also put this in 185 because every committee is going to have a chair. Yep. If we just streamline that under 185. Perfect. Thank you, Board Member Anderson.
Yep, just want to keep it consistent.
I appreciate that.
I can explain why this
Oh,
policy
please.
is different. This policy was resurrected from the original policy personnel policy after the board had gone to a policy committee of the whole and then decided to make it a committee again. So it never fit the same purpose and layout of those other committees because policy and personnel never had that design
Okay.
for a policy. So when it went back from being a committee of the whole, it just we resurrected the old policy personnel committee policy. So that's why it's in a very different format, and the board at that point didn't take time to make it look like the others. So it's good that you're doing that now.
Well, thank you, Secretary Shope. I
Yes.
appreciate a good backstory and a policy resurrection. So that was 2 for 2. All right, are we ready to move on to policy 141.1, board officer elections?
Could I just make one
Please.
observation that you could consider? You're moving, which I think is a great idea, a lot of the general policies on the committee to 185. And then you have all these .1, .2, .4. Do you want to cross-reference all of those 1, 2, and 4 to the original, the 185, so that someone who might be looking at this recognizes they have to look somewhere else to get the full picture?
Yes, thank you so much, Attorney Love. That's why we are happy that you are here. Secretary Shope, did you get that?
Yes, I did.
Perfect, thank you so much. All right, so that brings us to policy 141.1, board officer elections. And this is just a minor change. It's adding the office of parliamentarian. So are there any concerns with that? And actually, I'll let people answer that question. Everyone good? All right, so what I would like to do is under consent agenda this evening, we're actually gonna remove C through G. Those are the policies that we just went through because all of those are going to be addressed on June 8th with the understanding that they will be available for that agenda under draft so that all of the board members can have access, they can provide their feedback, so we can be efficient on the 8th, and then it can go straight to consent agenda that evening. But I am fine with, so I'm looking at the agenda for this evening's meeting for H, I, and J, the board officer elections, the Rule 1, board officer election procedures, and then 141.2, board officer duties. Since those are such minor changes, I am fine with those going to the consent agenda for tonight. So they will be H, I, and J on the consent agenda. Does anyone object? And the reason that I kind of halted us is that if we can just do one motion to address the policies and approve those for June 8th, and then these next 3 policies don't have that June 8th stipulation because then they will automatically go straight to tonight. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes, can I ask for one clarification in terms of?
Absolutely.
So when we talk about having a draft for June 8th, do we want to actually just have the board weigh in and then have them approve them on the 22nd for the July start and waive the 2 vote? Is that our intent? Because we could set it up for the board to review between now and June 8th and then actually have them do a first vote on June 8th. We can create a spot for that because we'll have the retreat and
Have the
follow.
second reading on the 22nd?
Correct, and then not have to change any
Let's
waiving of
do
policies.
that so we don't have to waive any policies. So my intention, yes, is to have this ready for a first reading of the full board, not tonight, but on June 8th. And then to have that second reading on June 22nd, because I would like for this to take effect. We start the new fiscal calendar, start the new structure on July 1st.
Perfect.
Okay.
And no
So,
objections with what you talked about with 141 and all of that.
okay, perfect. All right. Secretary Shope, please keep me together. We had some earlier approvals, I believe, of 171, 185, 185.1. Just the first 2? Okay. And then there was a change to 185. We made an adjustment after that approval. So, my apologies, Board Member Anderson. What I'm going to ask for you to do is to offer a motion to rescind the approval of policies 171 and 185 to go to the full board on June 8th. Feel free to just say so moved. And then that will clear the deck and we can address A through E.
So moved.
All right, Secretary Shope, did you get that?
Yes, to rescinding both motions for 171 and 185.
Yes, ma'am. All right, I will second that. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, there are none opposed, so the motion carries. Perfect. Now, I am interested in receiving a motion for A through E under number 3, policies for first reading, to approve them as adjusted, to be moved to the agenda for policy and personnel for June 8th for first reading.
So moved.
All right, and I will provide a second. So that addresses policies A through E under number 3. Is there any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, there are none opposed. That motion carries. Okay, thank you, everyone, helping me clean that up. So 141.1, board officer elections, final call. Any issues with that? We are just merely adding the office of parliamentarian.
Okay, one point of order, please.
Yes.
So the The first two policies that you're discussing in this group of three talk about it being an elected position by the full board. The third policy talks about it being an appointed position by the board president. So they're in contradiction to each other.
Right, we're gonna get to it, but yes,
Okay.
thank you for
Okay.
highlighting that.
Yep.
All right, so for policy 141.1, everyone's fine with that. We're just adding the office of parliamentarian. All right, perfect. Okay, we're gonna move on to policy 141.1, Rule 1, board officer elections. Again, we are just adding the office of parliamentarian. All right. So as we move to 141.2, board officer duties. Secretary Shope, can you point out where it lists an appointment?
Maybe I was wrong.
Okay. I think we're okay. Do we need to specify that this is an elected office, Attorney Love, or is that understood? You're muted. Attorney Love, you're muted.
I apologize again.
You're okay.
Okay, it's understood. I mean, that these are, if you go back, these are positions that are appointed from board members. So I don't think that you need to add that in, but for clarity, if you wanted to, there's nothing that would say you couldn't do that. That would not be appropriate.
And I agree with you. I think under the previous policy that talks about elections, once we add that, we're adding that to the roster of elections. So I think we're okay. Let me just scroll up to my notes. All right. So for policy 141.2, board officer duties, I would like to change that first one to, and under parliamentarian, complete a board parliamentarian course prior to starting in the role, not accepting. Does that make sense to everyone? All right. And then the other thing that I would like to add, I'm fine with everything that, hold on, let me pull that up. Everything that is in green. I would like to add to that, and I want to add it under number 2. So a couple things. So give advice on parliamentary procedure to the board president. I think committee chairs should be omitted, and the reason is I don't think it's fair to expect that the parliamentarian will be present at all committee meetings that that person does not serve on. So I would like to omit committee chairs and have it to read, give advice on parliamentary procedure to the board president or other board members during a meeting. I think that's fine, but specifying committee chairs, I think insinuates that the parliamentarian needs to be present at all meetings. And then the thing that I would offer to have added to number 2 is the parliamentarians, and I can email this to you, Secretary Shope, if this is the way the group would like to go. The parliamentarian sits adjacent to the president and unobtrusively gives the president help, guidance, and support during meetings. The president can and should consult with the parliamentarian when not certain how to rule on a question or proceed in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. I found that was not my verbiage. But I think having that clarity is a way to kind of seamlessly consult without disrupting or having to call recess, et cetera. Does anyone have any issues with the addition of that? And I can reread it if you need me to.
So just so that in lieu of the wording for number 3, put in the language that you found?
No,
Or
I would
just
like to add it. Let me go back to that. So to number 2, I
Yeah.
want to remove committee chairs.
Correct.
Because again, that, we went through that. Or other board members during a meeting,
Gotcha.
period. And then add, the parliamentarian sits adjacent to the president and unobtrusively gives the president help, guidance, and support during the meeting. The president can and should consult with the parliamentarian when not certain on how to rule on a question or proceed in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. Is
Perfect.
that verbiage something that everyone's comfortable with?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay. Board Member Anderson?
I'm just fine with that verbiage.
Okay. And then Attorney Love, are there any issues with that?
No issues with that.
Okay, perfect. Secretary Shope?
But I did have one comment on the change that you wanted to make regarding the parliamentarian taking a course prior to starting the role as opposed to accepting. Do you want to, my only concern is that if that person is selected and says, great, does that mean they can't start the role until they take the course? And do you want to have some kind of a timeline that they will take this course within a certain period of time?
Yes and yes. So I think for me, it makes no sense to have a parliamentarian that is not clear on what the rules are, because that's literally your one job. So I do want to say that prior to starting, like, you should have successfully completed this course, but I think it's wholly reasonable to put like within 90 days or within, I am open to what that time frame would look like. I think 90 days is reasonable. So within 3 months of accepting that position, you will have completed this course and are prepared to serve. Is there feedback? Okay, so if we have, back to number 1, complete a board parliamentarian course prior to starting the role and no more than 90 days after accepting the role.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Do you want to do 90 days or just 3 months? It's
Let's go with good old 90 days.
perfect.
Board Member Anderson?
So how often do they actually run the course? Because maybe you might have a situation where it might be, oh, well, we didn't have enough interest for this one course, and so they postpone it to another date outside of that 90-day window.
Right, very good point. So it's my understanding that you can sit for the test at any time. I think there's like a 2-week delay whether you're going to take the test in person or you want someone to proctor it virtually. So depending on if you're going to show up or if you're going to do it virtual, there may be like a 2-week window. But I think that 90 days is a sufficient amount of time to study for the exam, take the exam, and you can kind of run that concurrently of how I want to have it proctored while you're studying. Okay. And if something bizarre comes up, we have until June 8th. So these are just our recommendations that are going to the board. We'll have time to review. So is everyone comfortable with that language? So number 1, complete a board parliamentarian course prior to starting the role and no later than 90 days after accepting the role. All right, thank you
Yes.
for that, Attorney Love.
Certainly.
The only one, if we're going to take out committee chairs in 2, I also would strike it in 3 where we talk about work with the board president, committee chairs, and or board secretary. I'd strike out that committee chairs piece.
Okay, unless we put give advice on parliamentary procedure. I want for committee chairs to be able to use, this is a very good point, to use the parliamentarian as a resource, but at a scheduling time that works, because like you can send an email or whatever. I just don't want to have that person physically bound to be in meeting. So what if we left it, but we just took out during a meeting? So you can still use that person as a resource. So give advice on parliamentary procedure to the board president, committee chairs, and other board members, period.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to everyone? And I think that does differentiate to the role of the parliamentarian in regular board meetings with respect to the president. Okay. Did you get that, Ms. Schultz? Okay, so, thank you. For number 2, we're gonna say, give advice on parliamentary procedure to the board president, committee chairs, and other board members, period.
So then in 3, we would leave committee chairs in there, because then there would be parity between 2 and 3.
So here, yes, because it doesn't specify in meetings. I just didn't want to bound the parliamentarian to attending all meetings, yes. All right, is there anything else that needs to be addressed in policy 141.2, board officer duties? Okay, Ms. Shope, could you read back, just that section on board parliamentarian, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
Sure. So for number 1, I have complete a board parliamentarian course prior to starting the role and no more than 90 days after accepting the role. Give advice on parliamentary procedure to the board president, committee chairs, and other board members. The parliamentarian sits adjacent to the president, and then I don't have the rest of that all written down, but I saw that you sent it to me.
Okay,
And then number 3, work with the board president, committee chair, and/or board secretary to ensure procedural tasks such as, but not limited to motions, amendments, et cetera, are handled in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. And number 4, provide updates and training to the board and superintendent on parliamentary procedure and procedural tasks from time to time.
perfect. All right, last call for any, bless you, any adjustments to policy 141.2, board officer duties? Okay. I would be interested in entertaining a motion for policy 141.1, policy 141.1, rule 1, and policy 141.2. For layover to the full board of this evening's consent agenda for first reading.
So moved.
All right, and I will provide a second. Is there any discussion on policies F, G, or H? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed, so the motion carries unanimously. Okay, so that brings us to policies I through M. I am recommending that we normalize having 15 minutes of a break between one long meeting and the second long meeting. So unless someone objects, I would be open to postponing items I through M on our agenda until our June 22nd meeting. I think we have enough on our plate for our June 8th meeting, and that one will be abbreviated because of our board training. So again, I would be open to a motion to postpone items I through M to our June 22nd policy and personnel meeting.
So moved.
Thank you so much, Board Member Anderson. I will provide a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed. The motion carries unanimously. So that brings us to item 4, meeting closure. Our next meeting date for policy and personnel will be June 8th, time to be determined, and that brings us to adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I will provide a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, there are none opposed. The motion carries. We are adjourned at 6:42 PM. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You can use the chat.
All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. I'd like to call the meeting to order tonight at 7 o'clock. Ms. Shope, could we please have a roll call?
Anderson,
Present?
Wong,
Present.
Jacobs,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Maria Delgado is on vacation, and Megan Miller.
Present.
All members are present in the boardroom. Levy is virtual, and Delgado is absent.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm wondering if I can get a motion to approve our agenda with a few modifications. I'm looking for a motion to approve our agenda, removing from consent agenda, so items 6C through G, and items K through O, as well as moving topic 7 after topic 4 out of respect for time for the presenter.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. At this time, I'd like to invite Board Member Anderson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please rise. Thank you, Board Member Anderson. At this time, that brings us to item 2A. We have announcements, and Vice President Levy, if you wouldn't mind, please reading our announcements tonight.
I got to get to the agenda with multiple screens here. Let's skip the announcements.
So it looks like the announcements weren't posted in there. So we're going to skip that for the time being, if everybody's okay with that. And maybe at the end of the meeting, if we can come up with those, we'll read those at the announcement of the future agenda item, or sorry, future board meetings. That brings us then to item 2B, the recognition of the Ad Hoc Language Barrier Committee members. Thank you, Ms. Christopa.
I actually have two recognitions this evening. So I'm going to call the individuals up who are present,
And at this point, I would like to ask Mr. Tony Bosco and Dr. Evelyn Galindo to step up and be a representative for the Ad hoc Language Barrier Committee. And then I have 4 teachers. I think I'm have you stand right here, right up front and face. We're going to do an announcements and awards and recognitions a little bit different. Moving forward, I'll read them. I'll have the individuals stand up. We're all going to stand and applaud them, and then they will pick up their certificates with Mrs. Shope. So, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present tonight's awards and recognition recipients. Oh, Alicia Wash, can you please come forward? Amanda, I was looking for you. I'm so glad you guys made it. President Miller runs a very fast intro to the meeting, so we're going to start. I want to say congratulations to Keely Christians, Kurt Henrik, Amanda Sellen, and Elisa Wash for successfully completing the 2-year New Teacher Center Mentor Training Program provided by CISA 2. This training is very rigorous and involves lots of work and practice outside of the program training and requirements. This is truly a commitment to the craft of teaching and elevating our district, staff, and students, especially in the areas of academic success. Research on the program has shown that students of new teachers whose mentors are trained by the New Teacher Center have an additional 2 to 6 months of growth in reading and math per year as compared to other mentoring programs. The research also shows a retention rate of more than 30% higher in the districts that used this mentoring program and had mentors such as the 4 that participated in this program and received certification. All 4 graduates of this program appreciated the opportunity provided by the district to participate in this mentoring program, and a news release on their accomplishments was shared with all media outlets on Monday. And again, I want to recognize these 4 outstanding teachers within our district and the work and commitment they made. 2 years is a long time. All of them shared they're very excited to be mentoring new teachers and their growth. Mr. Tony Bosco and Dr. Evelyn Galindo are here tonight representing the Ad hoc Language Barrier Committee that was comprised of staff, community members, parents, and board members. The world is in need of collaboration, understanding, tolerance, and peace now more than ever. The Ad hoc Language Barrier Committee collaborated with families, students, staff, and community to gather feedback and provide recommendations to the Board of Education on creating a more inclusive and accessible environment in our district for all families, regardless of their native language. We acknowledge the time commitment this took and their unwavering dedication to addressing the barriers that exist. We thank them. At this time, I would like to ask the Board of Education to stand and all guests in this room and give these individuals a round of applause. Thank you again, and Ms. Shope has your certificates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and really a truly heartfelt congratulations to all of you. Thank you for the work that you do and continue to do for our community and for our kids. And thank you so much, Ms. Christopa, for the beautiful presentation. At this time, we are at item 3A, which is public comment. Ms. Shope, I will give you a moment because you are busy being amazing over there for our teachers. I was just curious if you had any public comments emailed in or if anybody would like to speak this evening.
I do not have any emailed comments, and nobody gave me a slip to speak.
All right, so we will move on then to item 4A, which is our superintendent's reports. Go ahead. Thank you so much, Dr. Kieser.
All right. Thank you. This evening I have 2 guests here to speak. The first will be our school spotlight. So representing Fruzen, we have Ms. Sarah Norton, who will be talking about the work that they've been doing at Fruzen Intermediate, and I will run the slide deck for you.
Thank you. Now, I
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah. Oh, it was so nice to breathe in front of people. So, are you ready to go? You've got it up? First of all, thank you for inviting Fruzen to represent tonight. It's been, I titled this presentation, The Road to Relevancy, because this has truly been a journey this year when we began to look at our school improvement plan, which then kind of transferred into the continuous improvement plan. So I thought I'd talk you through our work that we've done together and kind of look at what we're hoping to do as we go into the next year. So, the first thing we had to do on our road to relevancy is get out of the garage. And in order to do that, we had to make sure that we had the right people in that vehicle with us. So this summer, when we began to work on our school improvement plan, at that point it was, we had our building leadership team, which is the head of each one of our grade level departments, and then we had representation from our dual language program and from special ed and from ELL as well. So we tried to get everybody at the table. And then when you start looking at a school improvement plan, you start looking at the data that you have. You have to check your fluids. You have to see where you're at that time. The problem after coming off of a year of, well, half a year of COVID was that we didn't have any data that was truly usable. We had map data that was out of date. Ordinarily, we would use the map assessment in the fall, the winter, and the spring. We did have winter data, however, not all of our students test in the winter. So if you were looking at that true data, we'd be looking at fall data. We really didn't have any valid engagement data because attendance during COVID was just an adventure for all of us. So it wasn't data, we looked at it, but it wasn't data that we really wanted to rely on or try to make a plan around. And I think one of the most exciting part was that we had new leadership and a new way of looking at the process that we were using. So for the first time I know in my many years in education, we weren't told that we had to use the numbers as a goal. We were told that we could begin to look at other measures to see what we were going to set that goal on and if we were meeting that goal or not. So we realized, well, it wasn't like a super new realization, but we once again came to the realization that our fluids are low at Fruzen, and I'm only going to speak to Fruzen. I'm not going to speak to any of the other schools in the district. We have major achievement gaps in reading and math between students of historically underserved racial populations and their white counterparts. And those same types of gaps are noticed in our discipline data as well. So I included a link to the data. I don't know if you really want to take a look at it. I do have some statements about the data on the next slide. So, as a leadership team, we looked at the data and did some really cool activities with it. And we came up with the statements that at Fruzen, students from historically underserved racial populations scored disproportionately low on map reading and math assessments, are identified at disproportionately higher rates for Tier 3 interventions, and constitute the majority of students who are suspended from class. So taking that data, the team then said, okay, what is our takeaway from looking at that data? When we look to this year and beyond, what can we use from what that data is telling us? And so as a team, we kind of made our belief statements for the work that we were doing. And we believed, after looking at that our students must be in class to learn, that they have to be engaged to want to be in class to learn, that they have to have access to the curriculum to be engaged in the first place, and we have to have teachers who understand who their students are and how they learn so that they can make that curriculum relevant and engaging. So the bottom line is our students have to be in class to learn. If they're not learning, odds are there are behaviors that come up that can get in the way of learning. I guess one of the things that I'll just say is when you look at especially middle school students, you'll often notice that saving face is about the most important thing in their worlds at that point in time. So our thought process was, if a child isn't learning and can't access the curriculum, rather than admit that fact, I would rather not be in that classroom. Therefore, I would do something so that I wouldn't have to be in that classroom. So that was the kind of belief system that the leadership team was working from this summer. Okay, so we had to look at goals with incomplete data sets, with attendance, discipline, attendance and discipline, reliability and validity concerns, and then looking at the fact that we didn't even know what assessments were going to be available in this school year that we're in presently. So last summer, we didn't know if we were going to have the MAP. We didn't know if we were going to have the forward. So to try to use a standardized assessment, we couldn't really use past data because we didn't know if we were going to be able to measure it. So we decided to use our MapQuest to really focus on the things that we can control in our school. And the things that we can control are those things that we own ourselves, not necessarily what students do, but what is it that we do. So really we were looking at wanting to build understanding, build knowledge, skills, and ability in our staff, and have a data set used to identify trends rather than set goals. So those trends that we saw about historically underserved racial populations, those were trends that we've seen in the data over time. And then trying to figure out what measure can we use other than a standardized assessment, since we're not going to have that. So with all of that to be considered, we came up with the following goals. Pretty sure the next one. Yes, so if we believe that every learner has the potential to thrive at Fruzen Intermediate School and that students learn best when they're actively engaged through a culturally relevant and culturally responsive learning environment, then by the end of the 2020-21 school year, 100% of the Fruzen instructional and support staff, including those teaching math and literacy, will be observed demonstrating their knowledge of culturally responsive practices by utilizing one or more of these practices during instruction or other interaction with students. So that's kind of where we went with our math and literacy goal. So it wasn't what students were doing, it was what we are doing as the adults in the classroom. And then our third goal, our building choice, had to do with engagement. So we were looking at, are we having our students show up? Are they turning in work? We kind of wrote it twofold so that we could use attendance and participation data to begin with, and then when we came back face-to-face, because we all had our fingers crossed, we could then look at discipline referrals. So those were our goals, and as we moved then into action, it was the first time that I've ever had, like, everything in the school be focused around those goals. So all of the PD that we did in our building, all of it had to do with it. Our title budget, all of it tied into these continuous improvement goals. And in order to put these ideas into action, we wanted to develop that RTI, the multiple level systems of support to gather, monitor, analyze, and interpret equity data. So we have to actually look at our data on a frequent and ongoing basis. We needed to build capacity in our instructional staff in the area of differentiated instructional strategies with the focus on creation and use of formative assessments and planning. So how are we measuring growth, and are we then changing our practice depending on what we're measuring or what we're seeing? We needed to build capacity in our staff in the area of culturally responsive and relevant practices. Make sure that we had a systematic implementation of the PBIS programming, and of course follow and continue to build on that universal 4-step behavior management system. I think one of the one of the most important things that we did was work with the folks at CISA 2 to develop ongoing embedded professional development throughout this year. I think one of the unintended consequences of COVID was that we actually got all of our staff together at one time. That rarely happens. There's always, like our support staff might not be working on the days that we have PD. And because we had Wednesdays together, we could actually learn and grow and travel this journey together. So indicators, we're establishing the teams, having staff reflect on their formative assessments, observe the culturally relevant practices in the classroom, complete book studies. We wanted to see a reduction of office-driven referrals, an increase in attendance and participation, an increase in positive school culture, and then having our attendance and engagement data reflect at least 80% of students in Tier 1, 12% in Tier 2, and 8% in Tier 3. Yeah, so I just talked about the embedded professional development. We had We Believe Wednesdays, so every other Wednesday from 8 to 10 in the morning, we worked with CISA. We really worked on examining the 5 tenets of culturally responsive and relevant practices and instruction. However, best laid plans, we actually got through like 2 1/4 of them. So creating CRPs, so culturally relevant practices in the digital environment of simulcasting. We thought it was really important that throughout the year, not only are we embedding how we interact with students and how we build relationships with students, but we're also embedding here's something you can try in your digital classroom. Here's a way to go about building those relationships in a digital classroom. So as we traveled through the year, everything that we were doing in our PD could then be used in the classrooms. We did a lot of reading together this year. We used the anchor text, Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain by Zaretta Hammond. An amazing text. I don't, if you're in for a read and are at all interested in the brain research. We put our staff into learning teams that were, included people from all different aspects of education. Those learning teams stayed together all year long, so they met on the book studies and they met in groups throughout the whole year. We had a whole staff book study, so we had a choice of 5 texts and ran book study with that, and then really used the Google Classroom to organize our own learning and our own resources as PD as we went through the year. Okay, so the 5 tenets, cultural competence and relationships, equitable access, that's the one we are kind of working on as the year came to the end. We actually have our last session tomorrow. We didn't get to critical consciousness or identity, and we're looking forward to that next year, but I'll talk about that in a minute. So, Dr. Kieser, I sent you an email. Can you look at your email really quickly? The work we did with CISA was like nothing that I had ever experienced before, and the folks at CISA were pretty excited about what we had done together as well. So they actually, they've done several presentations on the work that we've done, and I've got just a couple videos, so I thought I'd finish up with a couple videos, a few of the stories that I can share with you about how things, perspectives have changed. Yes, the I wonder part. So this was what our staff had written down on a Padlet after, I would say it was probably in early April, looking at what I wonder, what I learned, what I know now kind of thing. So I thought we'd just go through that super quickly. Okay, so we are collecting the data. The only data that I have in the table right now is our engagement data, and it's fairly close to what our goal was. But I think much more powerful than what those numbers are is how the culture is beginning to change at Fruzen. And I've experienced staff sharing their ahas with me, so I thought I would just share a couple with you really quickly. We had been looking at feedback, the importance of feedback, getting feedback from students rather than us giving students feedback. And one of our PE teachers surveyed her families to find out what kind of physical education or movement they might be doing at home. And she came in the next day and was just like, oh my gosh, they're doing so many things at home. I didn't have any understanding of what the kind of activities that our families are doing together. And it's kind of changed how I've looked at the whole grading process. And that's a huge, huge step. Another one, I was observing a science class, and at the very end, we had been piloting a science program, and at the very end of that class, the teacher stopped and he said to his students, now, was there any way that I could have made this more accessible to you? Like, is there anything about my teaching that would have made more sense? Is there anything that I can change about what I do that would help you learn? That I've never really seen happen before. In social studies, I was observing in a classroom, and they were talking about ancient Greece, and there was a paragraph that they were using that included the word oppression. And when I was in the class the first day, she started to kind of bring up the idea of oppression, and you saw her just like there's too much going on in the world today, so she backed down. And after class, I said to her, you know, you had like an amazing opportunity to have a discussion that connects to our lives as we're living them today. She's like, I know, it could have been really cool, but I was really nervous. And she came back to me the next day and said, I did it. I let them talk about oppression, and I cannot believe how deeply our students think and how incredibly they can communicate with each other. So what I used to hear is, we can't hold a discussion because they keep talking over each other. They won't listen to each other. And now we're talking about important things, and we're realizing how amazing our students are. So that was a really cool one. When we look at being culturally competent, we had looked at the idea of collectivist culture versus individualism. And we talked about how people from traditionally individualistic societies see things much differently than those who come from a more family-oriented collectivist society. And math teacher was talking to me one day, and she's like, oh, I was so mad yesterday. I had a student right in the middle of class say, I gotta go. My mom's gotta start her car. I gotta go. She's like, and he just left. He just got up and left the class. And she said, and then I thought for a second, and I thought, of course he had to help his mom start the car, because that's the culture that he comes from, is that they do things for each other immediately. So I said, well, what did you do when he came back to class then? And she's like, nothing. I just said I was glad he was back, and we went on with the lesson. We even had a member of our support staff who was very strongly opinionated that everybody had to come back to school. There was no reason for anyone not to come back to school. And it came from one of the board meetings. The support staff was watching the board meeting and heard families talk about living in multi-generational households and how frightening COVID was because of the situation that they were living in, having all the multi-ages in and being essential workers, and came back the next day and said, I just never thought about it that way. Like I'd never thought about it from a different point of view like that. So those are just some of the ahas that we are hearing in passing. Those aren't even the ones that we're going in to observe. So I thought with that, there's one more video that CISA put together. And this was from one of our PDs.
But I love the idea of tapping into your resources, and maybe that is the next step that you can
I think
talk about.
that's what this platform gives us, because just like Ms. Tucker said, you know, we should be talking. I mean, that's what we're doing now. It's not face to face, but we would have never even brought this idea up. And you making that statement, I'm sure other teachers are going to talk to each other who probably wouldn't have. So, I mean, we're in the right direction. I just don't. It's just a slow direction. It's just slow.
I feel your pain, Carl, because I feel the same way. Okay. All right. But the power is in the collective efficacy piece.
Yes.
And to me, that's kind of that's what needs to be grabbed onto, is that building collective efficacy across the building where everybody's kind of wants to head in the same direction and is willing to do what it takes to get there.
I also think that what I'm listening to, I have never heard a staff talk about the things that we're talking about now. I think that especially now, although as Barry pointed out, it's been forever, as someone who is white, I wouldn't know how to start a conversation. I wouldn't want to offend. I wouldn't want to. So having a space like this where someone says, it's okay, use each other, talk to each other, ask about people's experiences. If they don't want to talk about them, they don't have to talk about them. But I think that this is a microcosm of what should be happening in the greater society. So the work that we are doing here, I don't know what our friends from CISA are saying, but this is like, these conversations aren't happening places. So I am so incredibly happy to be a part of all of this. And I also think one of the unintended consequences of COVID, at least for us here at Cruzen, is we get our support staff with us. We've never gotten to meet with them before. They've never gotten to be a part of our staff. So there's all of this knowledge and these ideas and these experiences that we can all now draw upon. And so I think that it's just, these are super, super difficult conversations. That's why people don't have them. So I'm so happy to be a part of it.
It's okay to make a mistake when you're talking about the cultural relevancy. It's okay to say, hey, I don't know. Can I ask you? Because oftentimes when we have this mindset that I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to offend anybody. Hey, guess what? I've been offended on so many occasions, but my motivation is not to wear the offense on my shoulder sleeve, because if we are having this open conversation, this potential of being vulnerable or intellectually violated, hey, let's have that discussion and let's talk about it. Because the fact of the matter is, until we as adults, irregardless of our gender, irregardless of our educational level, our experience, I can have a conversation with Kim and Beth and Dr. Norton and everybody on an individual basis. And when we step out of that private space that the two of us or the three of us have chosen, now we can say, hey, that was not her intention. I spoke to her. I spoke to him. We had a private conversation. But we have to allow ourselves to be vulnerable in order for us to experience that serendipitous opportunity. Because it's there, but the vulnerability is a part of our humanity. We are going to be offended. We are going to offend. And that's just part of the growth process, because when you think about that poem, the rose in the concrete, all of these plants that are growing in Beloit, Wisconsin right now, imagine the trauma they experienced from the freeze, the snow, and the cold. And now look outside. It's because of the resistance that they put up that affords them now the opportunity to be green, and the buds, the flowers on the trees are budding. They had to experience that resistance in order to now experience that growth.
So I always try to find quotes because I think they're absolutely cool. And as we look to next year, I found two of them that I really thought fit where we're going as we look forward. And the first one is by Cornelius Minor, who's the author of one of the books that we read as a staff. We cannot guarantee outcomes, but we can guarantee access. And be brave enough to start a conversation that matters, by Margaret Wheatley. So that's where we're going as we look to next year, continuing this work. That's it.
Thank you.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you. So in your slides, Dr. Norton, you referenced students from historically underserved racial populations, and I don't want to make assumptions, so I just want to ask you, what are those underserved racial populations that you identified?
I am so glad that you brought that up, because that was one of the things that we experienced was when we sat down as that building leadership team in the summer, the entire focus was on our students who were African American. And that's who the building leadership talked about, and that was the data that we were looking at. That was the data that we had initially formed our goals around. We then presented that data and our ideas to the staff, and it was the first time that I was blown back, because we had staff who felt very, very strongly when they looked at the data that it wasn't just our students who are African American, it was also our students who are Hispanic, and those who are not native English speakers. So those are the populations that we are looking at.
Thank you for identifying those groups. So African American, Hispanic, and non-native English speakers. So here's my concern. Under kind of what's next and what your goals are, you listed two things that would benefit every learner.
Yes.
So from a staff perspective, 100% of Fruzen instructional and support staff, including those teaching math and literacy, will be observed demonstrating their knowledge of culturally responsive practices. And then from a student perspective, those goals of increasing engagement. So I think that the highest one was 80% of students would be engaged. So here's my concern. Now that we've identified that those racial populations, those underserved racial populations are African American, Hispanic, and non-native speakers, you could achieve both of those goals, the culturally responsive kind of gotchas and the increased engagement, and still have low scores in math and reading, still have disproportionately high rates in Tier 3 interventions, and still see a majority of your students, African American, Hispanic, and non-native English speakers, constitute the most of your suspension. So what specific things targeting African American students, Hispanic students, and non-native speakers, what goals do you have specifically for them to increase those reading scores and math, to lower the disproportionality in the Tier 3 interventions, and to find some parity within the rate of students that are suspended?
Sure, I see what you're asking, and I guess what I'm saying is becoming culturally relevant and responsive is the goal. And when you look at the beliefs, it is us changing our beliefs that then allow us to have a curriculum and instruction that meets the needs of our students because we know who they are and we have a better idea of what they need. So kind of when I started and I was saying, you know, we don't have that standardized assessment goal, the goal is to become more knowledgeable and build those skills and abilities. In doing so, we can create a differentiated curriculum, especially when you're looking at the use of formative assessments. We can make that differentiated curriculum that's gonna allow every one of our students to access our curriculum. And we truly believe that if our students are accessing the curriculum, they will become engaged, we will have relationships with them, we will matter to them as they matter to us, and we can keep them in the classroom. That was one of the biggest things. When you look at who is suspended out of class and who is scoring low on those tests and who is, well, it would be our discipline data because they aren't the ones in class anymore. That's how we begin to address that gap, is we create a system that actually speaks to the students who are in front of us. So they stay in front of us and they don't end up in an in-school suspension or an out-of-school suspension. One of the other goals that we're really working on, and we started a little bit once students came back, and now next year we're really excited about it, is we're really hoping to push in our school safety team. And when I say safety team, I'm talking about our guidance, our admin, our school safety officers, and begin to address discipline when it begins to rumble, when the problems start to rumble in the classroom. So rather than taking a student out of a classroom, we put support in the classroom so that teacher is then free to continue to build a relationship with that student. So we're hoping that that discipline part that takes our students out of the classroom is what ends, because we are engaging students in curriculum, because we know who they are and we know what the curriculum is and we know how to connect those two things.
I'll just reiterate and then I'm done. I am concerned that your broad goals will not, and it's beautifully diagnosed, so thank you for providing clarity around what the problem is, but those broad goals will not address the diagnosed problem as you stated them for our African American students, our Hispanic students, and our non-native English speakers.
I understand what you're saying.
All right, thank you. Board Member Wong?
Thank you for the presentation tonight. Question that I have is in regards to parental or grandparent support, just the support system. And we have I guess the data that we've seen and we've heard is that the parental support has been a struggle at certain schools. And I'm not sure at Fruzen if you have that data. If you do, that'd be great to hear that. But what plans do you have to increase the parental or whatever support system the children have to give them the support outside of the school?
Our guidance counselors this year started to, we've always reached out to our families, at least the year and whatever that I've been in there. I think that, so we've started to do like coffees, but inviting people in to those coffees. Our problem is that it is very difficult to get people engaged. I don't think that's a Fruzen problem. I think it's more of a national problem, especially the farther you go up in grade levels. It seems like you get less and less participation. When I arrived at Fruzen, there is no PTO. Parent engagement is a real issue for us because it's very difficult for us to get parents to literally engage with us. So goals are to continue to offer things outside in the school when we can, but that are not high risk for our families. So doing things to bring our families in and have positive experience, like the reading nights or the candy bar bingo nights, those sorts of things, to try to get people to feel safe and good in our building. That's kind of what we have been talking about and what we've been working on a little bit this year, although everything that we've done this year has had to be virtual.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice President Levy?
Going back to the fluids with the major achievement gaps that were identified in reading and math of the students of historically underserved racial populations and their white counterparts, how are the white students performing in those subgroups when you disaggregate the data on the exams? Is that all of the white students are performing at or above grade level?
No.
Whether it's MAPS, or is it also that even amongst our white students, the level of performance does not reach like a level of proficiency? So when you take into account the underachievement in those subgroups and the underachievement in that white group, that the result for the building is underachievement.
Yes, I would say that we have students who do very, very well. And then we have students who don't. Like there seems to be a dichotomy in that population. Our percent, and I don't know if you want to go back and look at the data. I know it was, hopefully you could get to it in the presentation. There is definitely a gap, I will say that. One of the benefits of really working on becoming more culturally relevant and responsive is that all students benefit from that. All of them do. So really the idea is that we can do this, we can design instruction that's differentiated, and we can make the relationships with all of our students, and everyone goes up. But really what we're looking at here are the gaps that are, I mean, Wisconsin, I think, has the highest achievement gaps in the nation. So.
Right. What I'm asking about, or trying to, I know there are occasions where in some other districts, when you account for the lower scores that some of the minority groups may have, the achievement of the white students kind of brings the total up. And kind of what I'm asking is that in the building at Fruzen, whether it's like on the overall, is the achievement of the white students that even though there are lower scores in those subgroups, does the achievement of the white students bring that group up, or is there also low achievement in that white group that the overall result is they're down?
I would say overall they're down.
Okay, so that brings me to like my next point, helping children reach and exceed grade level expectations. Whatever the measurement is, if it's the MAP scores or if it's PALS, whatever that test is, but all children reaching and exceeding the grade level expectation on the assessment set in front of them, that's a function, like you said, as you're describing the curriculum and some other things, that the classroom practices, the assessment practices, the grading practices, what is happening in that area? And then, like you said, of course, you provided good reasoning where I understand that students must be in class to learn and they got to be engaged to be in class. So I know that you clearly articulate you guys had to understand that they're not in class, they can't learn. But when kids are in class, what is happening so that they can learn in terms of that other structure? Because like you said, that if that engagement is not there, the concept of homework and assessment and how grades are constructed once you get to 6 through 6, 7, and 8, that kind of factors into some other areas of achievement too. Can you kind of just speak to that, what's happening in the building then?
One of the things that we've been working on for I would say for 2 years now, although last spring was not an easy time to be growing, I guess you could say, is really focusing on formative assessments throughout an entire lesson. So making sure that we understand who is learning and who isn't learning so that we can become lighter on our feet and address those issues without saying, you know what, maybe you can get it next year. Like we have to become better at addressing any learning that isn't taking place before we move on. I think that from my understanding in the past in Beloit, there was a period of time where there was a philosophy that we had to be together on the same page at the same time, moving at the same speed with complete fidelity to the resource. And I think that when you do that, making sure that every student is learning and being able to differentiate and be lighter on your feet is much more difficult. So I think that this is a real transition period while we move from that to looking at standards-based education, which is where we're going now. I mean, that's huge. That makes even formative assessment so much easier when we've moved to that standards-based instruction and assessment.
Yeah, 3 more here. So were there any ahas from music instruction? I know it's been over COVID and other things like that, but now that the kids are back, any ideas or anything that you might have captured in that process of trying to educate kids musically through the pandemic, or now that they have gotten back together?
They're playing now that they've gotten back together. I think that's huge. But I'm also not going to sugarcoat it. The pandemic was horrible for our music programs, and I think that was across the district. I don't think that's just a Frusen thing, but our numbers are down. Starting to look at the numbers for next year, it isn't as dire as I was afraid it was going to be, but there's no doubt there will be a rebuilding that has to take place.
And just kind of, can you touch back on that conversation you had about oppression? I mean, kind of here we are about a year away from George Floyd's death. My kids, African-American mother, and myself as their father, 10 and 12 years old, those are things that resonate. Those are the lived experiences of students. So when you kind of mentioned that conversation about oppression, and kind of, I definitely understand teachers, backing away from certain things, but that's a real relevancy.
Yes.
And having been a classroom teacher, like I was a social studies teacher.
Yes.
So like if you refuse to talk about the topics of the day with kids, they're looking at you like you're crazy. So can you kind of just touch back on that conversation? And it seems like your staff had many conversations through your Wednesdays that kind of might have touched on some racial topics and that understanding. But I was encouraged that the teacher did come back to the conversation and kind of allowed that expression and for the students to talk about oppression. But kind of, can you just kind of just touch a little bit more on the work that you guys have done this year and that conversation particularly, and its impact on the kids that you see every day in your building?
So, okay, so what I hear you saying is what talk of oppression have we had in our professional development that then we see now playing out in the classroom? Is that?
Well, kind of, you mentioned it, the idea about oppression, so I'm just asking a little bit more follow-up. What, I guess, from the conversations that you've described you had, and then that story was included, like, is there any more around that, or kind of like what's happening or what has taken place, the conversations, a little bit more detail or just a little bit more explanation about that?
Well, first of all, I wanted to share with you experiences that I've had so that I can speak to something that I've actually seen in the classroom. And what I saw come out of that conversation, that 5-second conversation I had with that teacher in the classroom, was a teacher who took a chance and trusted in kids, and it paid off huge. It changed a teacher's view of what our students can talk and how they can talk to each other. So to me, the focus wasn't as much the word oppression, because it is culturally relevant, but to me, it's that a teacher learned that our kids are capable of discussing things like this. Like, to me, that's the important part, is having a teacher experience it. And this was an experienced teacher, having them literally experience the fact that I can talk about subjects that can inflame people. Like, they just can. These are not easy conversations to have. And yet, she learned from that discussion that our kids can do this, that they are very thoughtful and can think about things very deeply and can take those experiences that they are having in the world and that they're seeing in the world and relate it to what's going on in ancient Greece.
Right. And then lastly, I know out of the 5 culturally responsive practices, you said you guys did not get to identity yet, or critical consciousness. And I'm assuming that is about the identity of the students and that critical consciousness. And so just thinking about those last 2 points, that I'm sure in your professional development you guys will come back to those things. But particularly when I think of the classroom management and experiences, that getting to some understanding on that critical consciousness and identity would do well to help create an environment and a culture in the classroom and the building together, so that, as you said, kids are in the classrooms and there's tool sets and skills for teachers to be able to manage that.
And there are things that we've, especially through the book studies, that have come up. I know that there were a couple of the comments that teachers made that, what they used to think was, a student getting up to sharpen a pencil or lifting up the desk and sticking their head in the desk when we're supposed to start math, that at one point in time, we looked at that as maybe defiant or avoidant behavior. And instead, now we're looking at that as setting the stage for learning. Like those are just rituals that some of our students need to go through to be ready to learn in the next part. So it's that mind break, it's the systems that they have in place that they need in order to be ready to move on to the next subject.
Right, because sometimes 4th graders do crazy things that we don't understand. And that's one of the things about the culturally responsive practices, so that when we see minority students do things that are human behavior, it's not characterized as bad behavior. It's just human behavior done by people who are not white.
Another huge aha, and I know that it was on the I Wonder sequence, was that when someone gets loud in my classroom, that they're not angry, they're having a thought and an idea, and they're expressing themselves, and that we express ourselves in different tones and different volumes, and that's a huge thing, I think, for a classroom teacher or staff member to understand as well.
Right. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you so much. Do other board members have questions or comments at this time? Thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks. All right, Dr. Kieser?
All right. So my other presenter I have is, and I know that he was not able to present at the Oversight Committee, so I asked him to come and present to the full board here, is Mr. Beard, to give an update on athletics and activities. Do you want me to drive the slide deck?
Yes, please. Thanks for having me tonight and giving me an opportunity to talk about what we've been doing in athletics and activities lately over the past month. We started fall sports February 8th, I believe, which, to be honest with you, it feels like it was a year ago. We've done a lot of things since February 8th. So it's been an interesting year for athletics. And Dr. Kieser, if you can go to the next slide there. football and boys soccer were the last two to end their alternate fall season. Football ended on a very high note. It didn't turn out to be a victory, but our student athletes showed a lot of resiliency in the way they competed against a team that, in a program that is a little bit stronger than ours right now. They showed a lot of heart and a lot of grit. And that's a credit to the coaching staff and the student athletes that were part of that program. They were shorthanded all year. I think we had 30 kids out for football, and that's through the whole program. So they were able to hang with 3 tough programs in Verona, Middleton, and Sun Prairie, playing them twice all for their season. And they played and competed every single game. So I've received some messages from competing schools saying how much they were impressed with how hard our kids played throughout, even though they were behind the 8 ball for the most part. Boys soccer had an outstanding season, especially for a short season. They earned the #1 seed in their regional, and they made a great run through the WIA tournament. We were able to host a regional game against Janesville Parker, which we won. We were also able to host the sectionals a couple of days later, where we hosted 3 games. Some very exciting games. We beat Janesville Craig at 11 o'clock in the morning. Racine Case and Racine Horlick came down and played a great game. They scored a goal in the last minute. It was 1-0, and then we played Racine Horlick that night at 7 o'clock. And Racine Horlick rode the high, and we lost that game, a game to go to state. It was a tough one, but our student athletes really show a lot of grit and a lot of heart with the given situations that they've been put into, circumstances, shortened season, and just really stepping out on the field and competing. For our spring sports, we are in full swing right now. With our softball is off to a strong start. They lost a tough one last night to Madison Memorial, 3-1. Boys golf, they're having a very strong season, and this could be probably the team of the spring so far. They have a great chance of making it to through the regionals to sectionals, and could possibly make it as a team to the state level. So hopefully they can pull that off. Griffin Overnader's having a great year. He has, as an individual, has a great chance to make it to the state tournament as well. Baseball is extremely young. They're learning every single day. They're getting better. If you were asking Coach Johnson about baseball, he would say we haven't played a complete game yet. A complete game is 7 innings in baseball. We have a tendency to play 5, and then we have 2 innings that hurt us, and then they end up losing. But they're competing, and the kids are staying in there and they're having fun. So boys tennis, they've practiced. They've had a few competitions. Our numbers have really hurt us across the board, but it's really hurt tennis this year. We only have 2 student athletes out for tennis, and they're competing at a non-varsity level. So they've had a few competitions there. Girls soccer has won their first game against Janesville Parker. Again, the numbers have hurt the girls soccer program as well. We traditionally have about 60 girls out for soccer, which fills about 3 teams. Right now we have 1 team, which is our varsity team. So with some young players on that as well. Track and field, another sport that's been hurt severely by the COVID virus and lack of participation. They have a track meet tonight over at Verona. They're having a lot of fun. For a track meet, for our track team, traditionally we have close to about 80 kids, and we're down to 30 right now. So the moving of the seasons and everything that has gone on with COVID has really hurt our numbers as far as the spring is concerned, and all of our sports for that matter. Looking ahead, we're going to be fortunate enough to host the regional. We were fortunate enough to host the regional game and the entire sectional, but we're also going to be able to host the Division II WIA track regionals here on June 14th, which is exciting for us. And then we'll also hold the Division I WIA sectional track meet here 3 days later on the 17th. So that is exciting for us, and we're in preparations for that. Our facilities, I really want to thank Monty and everything he's done with our outdoor facilities. He's kept Jacobson Field in great shape for football, boys soccer, and now girls soccer, and the practice fields and all those things with baseball coming in and softball. He's done a great job, so I really want to thank him for keeping our facilities in great shape. And our intermediate camps have been going very smooth. We have around about 60 students participating at each school. Obviously, there's different grade levels involved in that, but things have been moving smoothly, and the kids are having a good time doing that. To kind of sum up here, I just want to thank you guys for the school board and the district for giving our students the opportunity to do what they love. It's been a long year, lots of tough conversations and decisions. The opportunity to play sports, play their instruments, sing, write, and most importantly, the chance to be together is priceless. I had an opportunity to talk to 6 of them. They're all student athletes, range from freshman to senior. We had a long conversation. It's about 23 minutes, and I will share that with Ms. Shope so she can pass it along to you so you can see the whole conversation. But I do have a little snippet, it's about 3 minutes, that I'd like to share with you. And the conversation I had with them, I mean, it was awesome. So I wanted to share that with you. So here's that 3-minute conversation.
We just kept getting let down. And for sports, a lot of people, like, that gives them motivation. So I think this year I would have done a lot better if I would have had sports year-round.
Now, when you say a lot better, what do you mean?
Just like academically, like, I think it keeps me more focused knowing that I have to keep my grades up, I have to do well, I have to come to school, like, just like that.
It's really weird at first because I've always had, like, these expectations of kind of, like, what high school was going to be like, and so excited and so much kind of building up to it, you know, and then you get started and you find out, oh, maybe there's not even going to be a season at all. So it was just kind of really kind of disappointing and not what I had expected at all from high school. So it was just a kind of a letdown for me, kind of like Carly said.
When we first found out we could get back in the gym for basketball, I was so excited. And, like, from the first, like, text about, like, workout days or whatever it was, I was so excited. And then after that, I remember thinking to myself, like, don't get your hopes. Like, you don't know what can happen. Like, you were so excited about softball season back in 2019.
Good. When we the juniors this year went to take the ACT, it was even I was more excited about being back in there. It was kind of a nice feeling, even though we were about to take one of the most important tests of our lives. But yeah, the accountability's back now for sports. Now that it was there when we were virtual, but still, when you can see your peers and know that, especially when you can see your guys on and off the field, and just know that you can't let them down academically. And for football, we had some guys who couldn't play early on, and I know they were. I mean, Coach Dement made them run for it, but just us, they knew that they had to get stuff done.
Gotcha. Jordan, how you feeling? School back in school and sports.
When they said we gonna have sports, I felt good, like really good. But then they said school too, like getting to see those teachers that like pushed me so much, like during high school.
I found a lot out about myself this year, really, and I think that's what improved me as a man and definitely as an athlete. This year, I understood that sports love me just as much as I love them, and I really understood what comes with sports, like just the opportunity to lead and be around guys is really important and vital to me, and that really meant a lot. That's kind of what I got out of this year.
So in that group, you can see what the names: Mandy Franks, Carly Dunham, Sarah Ramsden, Shaquille Roman, Jordan Smith, and Baylor Deneau. In that little snippet, you didn't get Baylor Deneau, but you'll have an opportunity to hear what he says in the whole video. So with that, I will say I'll open it up for questions or comments.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Board Member Wong?
Thank you, Mr. Beard, for that presentation and update. Question I have is, you'd mentioned that the low numbers, and you had mentioned that COVID was obviously a potential cause of that. Are there other reasons that you can identify? And then the other question along with that is, in several sports throughout the schools, specifically the high school, we've seen a consistent decreasing number of students going out for various sports. I mean, the football team being one of them. I think that there's many other sports as well that fall into that category. What are you doing, or what is your area doing to try to address these issues?
Well, COVID is a big reason for a huge drop in numbers, but you're correct, our numbers have been slowly decreasing. And for example, football, we typically start with about 100 students, and that drops down to about 80, but we consistently field 3 teams, you know, a varsity, a JV, and a varsity, and freshmen, sorry. But our numbers do have a tendency to drop, and they've been consistently dropping between 5 and 10 students each year for the last probably 3 years. COVID has really hit us hard, along with the movement of the alternate fall season, you know, so once that happened with our fall sports, a lot of students were already in the mode of working and doing things at home, and not necessarily thinking about sports anymore or being part of that sport. And then when the option came out, or the decision was made that, hey, we're going to have our alternate fall sports and you can play this and do that, there were some kids that were really, really gung-ho about that, you know, and ready to go. But there were also some kids that made that decision that have been playing, some seniors that have been playing for 3 years but decided to continue to work or have moved on. You know, Carly Dunham, who you heard speak there, she was one of those seniors that really, really wanted to play her basketball season. But it was shortened, and she didn't get an opportunity to really play, but she still wanted to be involved. But a couple of her other classmates decided not to do that, you know, so that's a big reason for us now of why we lost this year. Moving forward, what the COVID virus has done for us is has allowed us to step back and take a look at, okay, what can we do as an athletic department to improve our numbers moving forward? You know, so a big focus will be for us in the middle school levels and the intermediate levels of what can we do to get more engaged and can building that bridge from the middle school, intermediate to the high school with our high school coaches, and getting more involved in that and providing some more opportunities for them as well. So that is a big push and an idea of what we're working towards and doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Levy?
Mr. Beard, a quick question. Under football, the last sentence says we will be looking to hire a permanent coach very soon. I was under the impression that we just hired a football coach. Is that not accurate?
We hired Coach Dement as our interim football coach before the season. It was a shortened time. We did not have an opportunity to fully vet what we really wanted to do with our head football coach position. And we're still in the process of doing that right now. So he was interim last year, and we will name a full permanent football coach moving forward for the fall.
Just a quick question, if this is going to be provided in an update at a committee later on, feel free to direct me to that. But I'm a little confused when you said we weren't sure what we wanted to do with that position. Has something changed between the interim and now looking for a permanent that we now know what we wanted? Could you explain that?
Well, it was always an interim position for Coach Dement. It is not a change from previous till now. When we hired him, he understood that, and that was the situation we were working with under the COVID season. It was a shortened year, not a lot of preparation, and it was not fair for him to be named permanently, because I wanted to do more recruiting for that full-time position or permanent position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other board members that have questions or comments at this time? All right, thank you so much for the presentation. We really appreciate you sharing your time with us this evening.
Thank you, and have a
Go
great night.
Knights. Yeah, you too. All right, so we are wrapping up then item 4, and we're going to jump down now to Category 7, Business Agenda and Action Items. And at this time, if I can turn your attention to item 7A, if I can get mine to select here. Thank you. All right, so this next item is something that the Governance Committee voted to move forward to the full board. And I've invited a guest speaker to join us this evening, Ms. DuBois-Burnand of the Wisconsin Public Education Network. I don't know if, Dr. Kieser, would you be okay sharing your screen, or do you want me to do it so we can maybe just pull up the resolution?
No problem, I can pull that up.
Or just maybe have it at the ready. I'll ask our speaker whenever she's ready for that. But just a little quick background is we are looking for action tonight to pass a resolution forward from our Board of Education in support of the Wisconsin Public Education Network budget priorities. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. DuBois-Burnand for your comments.
Do you want me to pull it up?
You're muted.
Classic.
Oh, there you go.
Classic. It's my first Zoom. And we're not even on Zoom. So first of all, thank you, Megan, and thank you for inviting me today. And thank you for bringing these budget priorities before the board. I am hoping that I can share my screen, so let me know if you can see this slideshow. Yes?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, and all right. Well, when I'm in play mode, I can't see you, so let me know if I'm missing any cues on your end. But I thought it might be helpful before you make a decision about whether or not you should adopt the resolution to just share a little bit about who we are and what we do at Wisconsin Public Education Network for board members who may not be familiar with us or who might have questions about where these priorities came from. Sound good?
You're awesome. Go right ahead.
Okay. So if you don't know who we are, Wisconsin Public Education Network is a 501c3 nonprofit and just passionately nonpartisan advocacy coalition that works really hard to connect everyone who supports strong public schools that give every kid an equal chance to succeed to information, actions, and others who care about these things so that we can be a stronger collective voice statewide to deliver the change that we know Wisconsin kids need if we really want to see a state where every kid thrives. We work really, really hard to connect the dots across existing organizations, groups, networks, and local level action teams, because we know that every single kid in every public school in the state deserves an equally excellent public education. And our goal is that every parent and caregiver who is looking at their options sees every school as equally great and doesn't have to make one choice over another and feels that they are confident in sending their kid to school because they know that their kid is going to get a world-class education. This isn't just our personal opinion, it's our state mandate, and we know that our state has the resources, skills, and people power to make it happen. The question is, why are we making it so hard for some districts to provide for kids' most basic needs? And the reason that we do the work that we do is because there are students across the state whose needs aren't being met. We know this. We know that there are families who don't feel engaged or welcome in our schools. We know that Wisconsin has the widest gaps of any state in the nation between Black students and white students in a number of categories, and between students with disabilities and students without disabilities, and in many other categories as well. And so our goal is to really focus on what this means at the local level, tell our stories in a more effective way, engage our communities and stakeholders in our communities in ways that really feels meaningful to them, so that we can all come together when there are opportunities to take action, such as budget advocacy, with the relationships that are required to make change possible, including with relationships with our lawmakers. And so we do this by looking at advocacy as a type of engagement and not as a type of politics. And we do it by looking at engagement as a type of advocacy, because it always is. Engagement is really all about making sure that everyone who participates in any of our school activities or actions or goings on, or even just walking through the door for parent night or any other occasion in our schools, makes them feel valued, respected, and necessary to making sure that our schools thrive and our kids succeed. And in order to do this, we really have to build relationships so that the people who know and care the most about what our kids in schools need, parents, board members like you all, school leaders, and others, are the people who are heard the loudest and respected the most by people with decision-making power. And what we see often at the state level is that the people who are heard the loudest and respected the most are people who have, lobbied the hardest or paid the most to influence lawmakers. And that is something that's super frustrating to all of us, and something that we have to work hard and collaborate to change. So what we've seen over the course of the past few years of organizing under this philosophy is that when people speak up at the local level, when we really celebrate and shout out what's happening with our kids and in our schools that we love and that we want to see more of, we're very influential. We were able, for example, in the last budget cycle, to advocate hard for an increase to special education funding, get the superintendent, who at the time was Tony Evers, to increase his proposal before he was governor, and that proposal moved forward into law. And it was partly because we shared the stories at the local level of what it would mean to get that change happening, and turned out a lot of people to deliver testimony at hearings in ways that really resonated. And so what we did in building these relationships and coming together and finding opportunities to share our budget stories, even around our library tables and at the Capitol and at other places to take action, is really identified the priorities that we had been hearing around the state at the Blue Ribbon Commission on School Funding hearings and at other budget hearings in the past. And we just kind of took inventory of what all of those were, categorized them into 5 categories, and that's what your board is reviewing tonight. These are the 5 priority areas that we have heard the most in our very meticulous organizing of testimony that we've heard around the state. These are the priority concerns that districts raise over and over and over again for the past decade that we've been tracking this testimony. And these are the things that we know we need to do first if we're serious about closing the gaps for Wisconsin kids and really putting our state back on track to provide a world-class education for every child. So right now, you are in a very, very critical moment to pass this resolution, because the Joint Finance Committee is about to vote on Thursday to basically reject all of these proposals that were put forward in the governor's budget. All of these things are on the chopping block. Their counter proposal starts with a $0 increase to per pupil aid, a $0 increase to revenue limit spending, which means any aid that we do get will just be offset by property taxes and isn't really aid at all. And perhaps worst of all, increases, and I'll put that in air quotes, the special education reimbursement to 30%, which is what it's supposed to be right now based on the last budget, but isn't, since it wasn't some certain. So we are holding a virtual rally to kind of bring people up to speed on where we are in the budget process tomorrow night. This is one of many actions that we've been doing around the budget. We encourage all of you to join us for this. It's going to be short and sweet, kind of 15 minutes up front saying where we are in the budget process, and then 15 minutes with a little action step people can take. And hopefully you all will have time to make sure that your voice is heard if you pass this resolution by making sure your community knows what's at stake if the proposals that were put forward in the governor's budget are not available to kids in your district. The other way that we're working to advocate around this issue is every year we have a summer summit and we bring people together for one day. This year it's going to be August 2 in Sun Prairie, and you are so invited to join us. You can follow this QR code to register. And registration is just $25 and also includes an optional 6-week study leading up to the summit, where we're really going to dig into some of the challenges facing our schools and some of the gaps that we need to close in order to make sure every student has equal opportunity to succeed. And having been able to listen in on your meeting for a few minutes, I know that you're already struggling with some of these issues. How do we engage parents in a meaningful way? How do we close the gaps between some of the students in and across our schools? And how do we make sure that we're doing everything that we can to come together, both where we live and across our districts, to ensure that we're just doing everything within our power and capacity to meet the needs of every kid. This is what we're all about at our network, and we're always looking for new ways to figure out what path we can take forward to this. And the more we connect to districts like yours, the more we understand what the challenges facing children in your schools are, and the more we can amplify that message across the state in our own organizing, such as we kind of took the lead in making sure that people knew what was happening, for example, with the Lincoln Academy being authorized by the Opportunity of, or the Office of Educational Opportunity a couple of months ago, when that was really flying below the radar of most state outlets, and we wanted to make sure that we were shining a bit of a spotlight there. We did a lot of organizing to make sure that we were doing our part to help there, but we'd love to help more, and we hope that we can find more opportunities to connect with you all in the future. So I want to thank you for putting this budget resolution on your agenda tonight. That's more than many districts do, and I think it's a really, really critical part of school board advocacy, because there are parents and caregivers out there who want to take action, but they don't know what to say, and they don't know what to do. And so your courage can become contagious, both for the others who need to speak up where you live and for others across the state. So I urge you to stay connected. I don't want to take too much of your time because I know you have a lot more stuff on your agenda, but I'm here to answer any questions that you have. And I look forward to getting to know all of you more. I already know some of you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak and share with you tonight.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join us this evening. We do have a couple of questions. Board Member Jacobs.
Hi, Heather. I have a question. I understand that the role of a school board is to be strictly nonpartisan. And you say that the network is nonpartisan, yet I still hear a political slant because you're referring to the lawmakers. And I'm making an assumption here, tell me if I'm wrong, but aren't we kind of crossing a line here? I feel that we have to stick to our nonpartisan mandate as a school board. And I'm just not feeling really, I agree with everything you're saying, but I also want to be loyal to my elected position. So I feel like there's political leanings here. Can you somehow make me feel better about that?
Well, no one can make you feel better about that, because that is one of the biggest problems that we face as public education advocates in this state, is that there is always politics attached to education policy. And so the challenge of getting around that and talking around that can feel really insurmountable, such that sometimes people feel paralyzed in their advocacy because they don't know where the line is, and they don't really know, what the limits are, or what they can say or do. And so, like I said, we are fiercely nonpartisan in that we are radically pro-kid in every instance, and that we look for policy that really reflects the needs and values of public schools across the state, and then we just lift that up and share that out without taking partisan positions. We do not endorse candidates. We do not endorse specific political parties. And so what we often see in Wisconsin, and this is true in other states as well, is that despite all of this, there are still party line votes, right? And so these things become partisan in ways that give the appearance that we are holding partisan positions. And we always say that partisanship is our problem, not our fault. We'd like to see a Wisconsin where lawmakers can come together across all parties and really reach some consensus on these no-brainer proposals that people have been advocating for years and years and years, but can't seem to get any traction. So what will it take to do that? It will take local level organizing, building relationships with our lawmakers, getting better at telling our stories, and really just refusing to buy into this idea that we can't speak up for what's best for kids unless we're participating in that politics. We reject that view, and we'll continue to fight as hard as we can for what kids really need, and to just kind of hold up the mirror to and amplify back what we're hearing at these hearings until we start to see some of those changes.
Thank you for that explanation. One more follow-up then. So this resolution really would be political in nature then, correct, if we passed it? Since it is going to affect the law, correct?
Well, you all are elected officials, and so everything you do is political in nature. So I'm not sure what line we're talking about here, but yes, the biennial state budget is the most important piece of legislation that is passed by our state government every 2 years. And many school board members across the state take their advocacy around that budget as one of their chief roles. And so we see school board members passing resolutions on the budget, taking positions, showing up to testify at these hearings, writing op-eds even in local papers, and doing all kinds of local level advocacy to encourage others to take a stand on the budget as well. There's lots of ways that different districts do that. I mean, sometimes they just outline their own budget priorities. Sometimes they're aligned with maybe what you got from the WASB or the School Administrators Alliance, WASB, Wisconsin Association of School Boards, or other professional organizations you might belong to. And like I said, ours are just kind of a summary of what we're hearing from all of those groups and from the testimony that we've heard. And so we try to make sure that all of our priorities are very much aligned with those of the other professional education associations of the state and the resolutions and positions that they've publicly put forward, which is the case with these 5 bullets here.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Board Member Jacobs. Board Member Levy?
Thank you for the presentation. It was very helpful. So under number 5, the third bullet point down, it says $400,000 to provide grants for districts to replace race-based mascots, nicknames, and logos. Are we bribing people to not be racially insensitive?
That is a very interesting reading of that provision in the governor's budget proposal. I think the idea is to incentivize changing race-based logos for districts that have expressed resistance to doing it because of the cost of changing signage, repainting murals and so on, which is often listed as an obstacle. So the governor's proposal was some grants that would minimize the in-district expense of changing your logo for that reason. As far as my understanding is that is one of the provisions that remains in the budget that's being taken up by Joint Finance. They took out like hundreds of proposals before they moved the budget forward to their committee, but that was not one of them. And so that's actually one that's still on the table, and I don't know if it has traction or not.
So just to clarify, it would be kind of earmarked for logo and signage and et cetera. It's not free for use whatever you want if you agree to stop being racially insensitive.
Yes, that's my reading of that provision in the governor's budget proposal, is that the money would be for grants that let you change your signage, change your stationery, get a new designer to make you a new logo or whatever.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. Vice President Levy?
Yeah, so I've had a chance to read the 2019 Blue Ribbon Commission on School Funding. To speak to Beloit, if you can, a little bit about our situation, but we are a district with declining enrollment. We are facing increasing competition from charter schools and vouchers, which is part of our, helps to the cause of our declining enrollment. The revenue limit as it is set does not help us. For districts that are in our, that face some of the things that we face, the your network and what's described in the budget, these are the things that the priorities that you set, is your understanding, you would agree that these are things that help a district in our condition?
To be honest, I think there are just a handful of things on there that don't apply to you, like maybe the sparsity aid, and I don't know what your high cost transportation is in Beloit, but yeah, and you're not alone. You know, I mean, again, like we didn't just like sit in a room and make a list of the things that we thought were important. These are the things that we heard people saying across the state were the most important priorities. And so we've just been cataloging these and trying to lift them up in ways that we hope will resonate with lawmakers and help districts and parents and community members find better ways to tell our stories so that the impacts of legislation that has a negative impact on kids and families is more clear to people who are making these decisions. Because I think lawmakers aren't bad people, right? They're people who are making decisions that they think are in the best interests of their moment, their party, their politics, and so on. But oftentimes these decisions have lasting implications for our communities in ways that I think were unintended. And specifically, school privatization, I think, is a very strong example of that kind of policy in the state as more and more resources are siphoned away from public schools and into privately operated, publicly funded schools, like the Lincoln Academy that we've already mentioned, like voucher programs that are expanding statewide. And the proposal that Joint Finance is putting forward on Thursday almost quadruples the investment in the special needs voucher program while holding the line on a status quo for special education funding for public schools that is woefully inadequate and leads to $1 billion a year annual funding gap. DPI put out some new maps last week, and I looked up Beloit before I came into this call. I mean, we're talking about like $3 million a year for your district if we just got up to a 50% funding rate. Imagine what you could do if you didn't have to take that money out of your general funds anymore to cover the actual cost of your special education needs and could put that toward programming and resources and staffing that you have other needs for. I mean, this is really critical to a district like Beloit, and it's critical to all districts in the state. So thank you for your question. I hope I answered it fully, but yes, that's one of the things that we try to do at the network is kind of shine a spotlight on what does this mean for local kids so that you could then say like, well, here's what we do with $2.8 million, or here's what we would like to do that we can't do now because our hands are tied.
Thank you very much, Vice President Levy. Did you have any follow-up questions? You good? All right, thank you so much. Do other board members have questions or comments that they'd like to offer at this time? Hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion? The language is in board docs. It says move approval of resolution 20-21.09, support of Wisconsin Public Education Network budget priorities resolution.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, Okay, cool. Motion and a second. And then I was just about to ask if there was any discussion. Please go ahead, Board Member Jacobs.
Thank you, President Miller. It's not that I disagree with anything that's been said regarding public education. I'm just a stickler for rules, and I feel like we're crossing a line. Since we're supposed to be nonpartisan and politics are involved. Can anyone on the board help alleviate that concern before we vote?
Certainly, I'd be happy to speak to that. So, I am so sorry. Board Member Levy, you go right. Are you sure? Okay, feel free
Very
to.
briefly,
Yep.
just there's a difference between being nonpartisan and apolitical. And I feel that this is nonpartisan. It is not apolitical, but there's nothing that we will do as a body of elected officials that is apolitical.
Thank you so much for that, Board Member Levy. I was just going to say, Board Member Jacobs, that it is common for boards to pass resolutions that have an impact on the state budget process. WASB puts out several. When actually, I don't know if Board Member Wong, if you encountered any when you were at the WASB conference or anything like that, but when I used to do the legislative updates, I always drew from a list from the legislative page provided by the Wisconsin Association of School Boards, and they always provided a comment of support or rejection or some kind of notes about upcoming legislation. And as far as anybody has been able to tell me in any official capacity, this is completely in line with that.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure. Does anybody else have any discussion, questions before we move on? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And thank you so much, Ms. DuBois-Burnett. I see that you posted something in our chat there. And Ms. Schopp will copy and paste that for our, we always keep that for the minutes, so we can share that out as well if you don't have a chance to look now. I really want to thank you so much for taking the time. I know you're extremely busy because, as you mentioned, the budget is passing in about 5 minutes, or some action is being taken on Thursday. So thank you so much for taking the time this evening.
Thanks for having me. I hope to see some of you tomorrow night, and I hope to stay in touch with all of you. Have a great night, everyone, and congratulations on taking a strong stance on what Beloit kids need. We will blast that out to our list and let others know that your action matters and was heard.
Thank you so much again. All right, that takes us to item 7B. Speaking of WASB, there is a Summer Leadership Institute that we received notice of. It is on July 24th, and I believe there is a virtual option, if I read that correctly, Dr. Kieser. Am I right in saying so? Okay. So there is a July 24th Summer Leadership Institute that covers, if anybody wants to click the link, or I don't know if Dr. Kieser, if you feel like sharing your screen, but it seemed to cover some critically important board governance, district governance topics related directly back to student achievement, and I felt like it was important enough to bring forward to the board. So my purpose in including it this evening is to ask if anybody would like to attend the WASB Summer Leadership Institute, which again takes place on Saturday, July 24th in Green Bay, or I do believe again there is a virtual option. Dr. Kieser, thank you so much for sharing your screen, and I don't know if anybody who did not have a chance to look at this ahead of the meeting, does anybody have any questions? All right, hearing none, I was wondering if anybody, I guess what we could do is, go ahead, Board Member Levy.
No, I was going to say we don't have
Just
to.
briefly, with the which Levy?
I believe you were the one that put a question mark in the chat. I apologize, Vice President Levy. I didn't see you turn on your mic. Go ahead.
He can wait. It'll be okay. Are we suggesting that the board cover the cost for in-person or virtual, or kind of either the member prefers?
I will leave that up to the board. My personal opinion is that I'm fine with whatever people are comfortable with. But just to clarify, Board Member Levy, it would be asking for us to use the board budget to pay for board members to attend in whichever capacity they feel is appropriate.
Thank you.
Vice President Levy? Okay, does anybody else have any questions or comments about the Summer Leadership Institute? If not, I'll just say that I had the pleasure of attending one the summer of 2019, and I felt like it was transformative. I learned a great deal, and I appreciated the connections professionally that I was able to make there. And I acquired not only some excellent notes and workshops, but also some great mentors and people to call. And I feel like it's been very helpful to me as a board member. So that's my pitch. I don't think, Ms. Shope, at this time we need anybody to commit, but I think what I'm looking for this evening would be a motion to approve to pay for any board members who decide by the deadline, and for our superintendent, should he choose to attend the Summer Institute. Is anybody interested in making a motion at this time?
So moved.
We have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or discussion at this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. At this time, that takes us back. Thanks for approving the change to the agenda so we could prioritize people's presentations. And now for our last very important presenter, to whom I owe congratulations for his recent acceptance to Syracuse with a scholarship, we have our student board member report from Mr. Kana Wong.
Hello. I don't have very much prepared for tonight. I was sick of doing surveys, and I think that everyone was sick of filling them out. I've covered just about everything that I could think to cover over this past year, and couldn't really think of anything worth talking about for too long tonight. I get the impression that all of our seniors are ready to graduate, and I'm very excited that this is my last board meeting. I don't have anything else I'd like to say, so have a good night.
Congratulations to you and your class, and for the year that you successfully completed. Thank you. Moving right along, Planning and Budget Committee, Mr. Wong.
Oh, can I interrupt?
Of course.
I wanted to say thank you so much for your service. I think you did an outstanding job, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. All right, go ahead, Board Member Wong.
Okay, the Planning and Budget Committee met on Tuesday, May 4th. And we had, actually, there was quite a bit of stuff that we did cover. Most of it has already went through for approval. The first item was the audit service RFP that was sent through for the Keeber Rose SC to take over the audit process. We also had a good discussion about the summer school light camp or lit camp curriculum. Yeah, that eventually was passed as well. And then the Amplify Science Adoption, which was a very large item that was brought to our committee, just under $400,000. I really have appreciated the process that has been put into place to vet through staff members and get in their input on that. And I believe there was 22 teachers involved in this throughout the district. So that did pass and moved on to the full board. We also had a couple of smaller items, name changes, and one, a money talk for the intermediate level. Let's see, what else did we have? A CISA 2 contract that was moved to the full board. And let's see, there was the ad hoc committee recommendation from the ad hoc committee, language barrier committee. And there was 4 items that they brought to our attention. And that committee now is going to be disbanding, is that correct? Yes. So they did a wonderful job, and hopefully we're going to see great movement in that process. And the last item is actually going to be addressed tonight is the comprehensive coordinated early intervening services. And that was brought up to our committee and for approval, and that will be discussed in tonight's meeting. Is that correct? I think it is. I thought I saw that on there.
Thank you very much, Board Member Wong. Just scooching back up, Oversight and Finance Committee, Vice President Levy.
The Oversight and Finance Committee met on Tuesday, May 11th. Looking at the items, the financial reports were, and all these items were moved to the full board and approved. Financial reports for March, bathroom RFP, toolcat RFP approval, vehicle purchase. As we're bringing our services back, we're not contracting with Aramark anymore, or ABM. Boys and Girls Club easement, network access control, and endpoint detection and response to provide cybersecurity for us and protect our data and our financials. Third-party exit and climate survey proposal. The name had changed from the firm that we had used, but same person and firm. And the strategic planning services did not make it out of committee. We discussed it. It's going to come back, and Dr. Keyser will be bringing that back. And then we also received a report on the mid-year AGR report.
Thank you very much, Vice President Levy. Going on then to Policy and Personnel Committee, Board Member Levy.
So both of my reports are attached. The only thing that I will say is just the board members keep an eye out for policy and personnel. Those structuring policies that we discussed, we're going to do the first read layover on June 8th and then the second reading on June 22nd. So those are going to be listed under the draft meeting. So please make sure you go in and review those. If you have questions, comments, concerns, please email those to me so we can incorporate your feedback. The legislative update, a lot of items were moved out of Assembly Committee and the Senate Committees for Education. So keep an eye on that if that is of particular interest to you. Please keep in mind that any item that has an asterisk next to it, that means that it has been in committee for at least a month or longer. And just a final point, and I apologize, I kind of jumped down to my legislative update. Hope you don't mind, Board President Miller, that we will be meeting with our local officials. So U.S. Representative Mark Pocan, Wisconsin State Senators Nass and Ringhan, and Representatives Lautenbach and Spreitzer have all been invited to our June 22nd meeting from 6 to 6:45. So as we get those confirmations in, I will update the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of those reports, Board Member Levy. That brings us to item 5E, the Governance Committee. I did not write up a report, but I will just share that we discussed a number of items regarding committee work and meeting efficiency that I'm excited we'll be bringing forward to a board retreat, board development session on June 8th. I will send out an update once we have that agenda put together. Does anybody have any questions about any of the reports that we heard this evening before we move on to the consent agenda? Thank you. Hearing none, that brings us to category number 6, which is the consent agenda. And just consulting my notes, when we approved our agenda for this evening, we already removed items C through G and K through O. Would anybody like to pull any of the items from the consent agenda to discuss? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Oh,
No.
I am so sorry. Vice President Levy, go right
I
ahead.
have 1 and B.
Certainly. So just to clarify, item B, policy 672.1, purchasing bidding requirements, second read? Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else that anybody would like to pull from the consent agenda this evening? Okay. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda without item 6B?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, thank you very much. That takes us then to item 6B, policy 672.1. And go ahead, Vice President Levy, with your questions.
I just had a question. So in the purchasing, I know that the limits were changed, and I was not following very closely the committee meeting, but the limits that are changing, those were part of the internal control, and just the what is the reason that they're being asked to be changed, please?
That's an excellent question, thank you. The reasons that they are being asked to be changed is because the board will still be notified. However, when we are looking at auditing processes, they are having to pull a random sample of everything $25,000 or above, because our policy states that board has to approve it. So it is causing a sampling that is massive, because we spend that on pencils and paper, and that is why the recommendation was to put more of a realistic limit to a 0.01% of our budget, to have that limit. That's where the board will do the approval. I do want to mention that the policy does include that this board will still be notified and brought any purchases at $50,000. So you'll be brought those for information and only asked for approval at the $100,000.
Thank you so much. Vice President Levy, did you have any additional questions?
No, I'm fine.
Does anybody else have any questions for Ms. Armstrong at this time?
I can't get to my buttons quick enough. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment that may be helpful to Vice President Levy. That the stipulations, the kind of checks and balances for each price range are listed in the policy, and those are adhered to, and all of the purchases that are being made are already budget approved purchases. So if that alleviates any concerns. And then also, as Ms. Armstrong said, anything 50,000 above will be brought to the board. And Ms. Armstrong, I don't remember the exact location, but there is a way to track or review all purchases that are made by the district, and I believe you can do that in board docs, but the exact location, I don't remember. So Ms. Armstrong, if you could chime in with that, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely, I didn't mean to start to cut you off. Those are located in the library in board docs under the AP check registers, and that's every purchase the district makes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Does anybody else have any questions or comments at this time? All right. At this time, would anybody like to make a motion? Let's see here. Looks like I lost my spot, so if somebody else can find, oh no, there it is. Yeah, I'm on, I don't know. All right, if anybody would like, oh, there it is. If anybody would like to move approval of the revisions of policy 672.1, purchasing bidding requirements for the final reading, you may do so now.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion at this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously, and we are now, I'm going to actually ask if somebody would like to make a motion to extend our meeting time by 30 minutes so that we can listen to our discussion and information items.
I make a motion that we we extend our meeting time for 30 minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion at this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you very much. Motion passes unanimously. And Dr. Kieser, go ahead with your fall presentation.
Thank you and good evening. So tonight I wanted to present for discussion and feedback my vision for the fall of 2021-2022 school year, and hopes for getting questions and wonderings so that I can move forward with soliciting additional stakeholder feedback and bringing our plan for board action in late June or early July. Building off of our videos that we've created and thinking beyond now, we want to make sure that as we build towards the reopening for next school year, that we keep in mind our priorities that we set out almost a year ago to the date. When we think about our budget, we've been talking about budget. Thinking about our priorities for school reopenings next year are no different than what they were this year. We still are prioritizing safety, social emotional supports, academic success, equity, inclusion, communication, and our partnerships. The difference here is that the vision that I'm putting forward tonight is to deliver that comprehensive learning and ensure academic success, safety, and well-being for our students and staff with a return to in-person for everyone 5 days per week. Realizing that that is slightly different from even our pre-COVID time frame with those early releases every Wednesday. So the question naturally is asked, so why do I believe that that goal is achievable? Well, here's some of the rationales for why I believe that's achievable. Our access to vaccines is increasing. Currently, we are now available for ages 12 and up. And when we think about even last week's numbers that the Rock County Health Department is putting out for 16 and 17-year-olds, by the end of June, we will be at 36% of that population within Rock County, not just Beloit, but Rock County as a total, having be fully vaccinated. In our first week, which was last week, for 12 to 15-year-olds, we had 8.8% of that population get their first vaccination shots. So we're well on our way. And there's already talks that are out there, albeit all over the map as far as the initiation date for the next age group to be ages 2 to 11. Our guidance is rapidly changing as more and more people are being vaccinated. And I just put in a link to the latest guidance that is coming from Rock County, which is already old compared to what the CDC put out even a day after. Our 7-day average cases per 100,000 still remain low. And I think this is the biggest thing. Our health systems are reporting that their recent inpatient activity, and this, when I say recent, I was getting this information last week, has been exclusively patients who are not vaccinated or at least not fully vaccinated, which in turn means that our health systems are not seeing fully vaccinated individuals coming in for inpatient care. Why should we return to 5 days in person for everyone? Well, it doesn't need to be said, but it will be said that we need more consistent access to learning. Even going from a 4-day week to a 5-day week adds 36 additional days of in-person instruction. That's almost 7 weeks there. We can provide, that is 7 weeks. We can provide more and better supports for students in person. Robin Studd, who is our guru for providing support services for our homeless students, estimates that there's over 100 fewer people that she has been supporting this year than what she would normally see. So we already know that we are not serving all the students that we possibly could if we were in person. If we returned in person, we would bring more opportunities to have family engagement and provide wraparound care. And we would also return our supports with our community partners for before and after school care. What would change with this potential vision? Well, with the changing guidance, in areas where all grade levels would have access to vaccinations, I would recommend that masks be optional within the building. Currently, if we were applying that statement to our current situation, only the high school is able to say all students have access to vaccinations. We would reduce the distancing in accordance to current guidance so that we would be able to accommodate bringing everyone back and not having a cohort model. And we're looking at leveraging our access to the federal funding to add UV filtration to all of our fresh air handlers. That would bring UV filtration to the entire building, not just our health rooms, which we currently have. We would discontinue the daily screeners because the data around that shows that the daily screeners don't impact our cases one way or the other. And we would be more responsive to the changes in health guidance, both coming from Rock County as well as from the state. What would not change in the recommendations is that wherever a school does not have all grade levels accessing vaccinations, masks would be still required by staff and students. So again, applying that to our current situation, elementary and intermediate levels would still have required masks for staff and students because of the age ranges. Contact tracing for any symptomatic students or staff would remain in place. Hand sanitizers and clean resources available in all rooms would remain in place. We have recently started access to COVID testing, and we would make a commitment to continue that access to COVID testing for our staff, our students, and their family members moving forward. Increased cleaning protocols for the day shifts and evening shifts would continue. And of course, our access to Beloit Virtual School as an option for distance learning would remain. So in summary, what I'm really looking for based on that brief vision is initial feedbacks on those goals, any questions or wonderings that I can take back, and my next steps would be to take that feedback and work on addressing them. This is just the first of getting additional stakeholder feedback, so when I would come back in late June or early July, I would summarize not only the questions and feedback, but then also augment that with the other stakeholder feedback that I would be gathering after this evening. So with that, I'll open it up for questions, comments.
I was just going to say, thank you so much, Dr. Keiser. Really appreciate it. Board Member Levy, followed by Board Member Jacobs.
So a couple that I'm going to try to squeeze in. You had mentioned that grade levels that had access to the vaccine would be mask optional, so our Beloit Memorial and BLA. In that situation, would students and staff have to prove their vaccination in order to participate in face-to-face school? And if no, how would we track who needs to be wearing a mask and who doesn't? And then access to COVID testing, if you could kind of expand on that a little bit. And finally, you said that Beloit Virtual would still be an option. Does this mean that teachers that are teaching in person would no longer have the expectation to do concurrent learning? And let me know if you need me to repeat anything.
Thank you. I think I caught everything. So I'll take them kind of in reverse order. So if we move to in-person instruction, I would be advocating not to do concurrent learning. So we would be doing in-person instruction, knowing that we could fall back into a situation where we would either have to cohort or do concurrent learning if the dynamics around the district and our health situation change. So that always becomes a fallback. So I would not be advocating for concurrent learning at this point. Why I say BLA is already chartered as a distance learning option. And what we are currently doing is putting together a team to reflect on and gather feedback on our distance learning with the forward thinking of what could additional distance learning options be if needed. So I didn't want to overpromise, but that always remains an option. As far as COVID testing is concerned, we received word from DPI as one of 3 school districts potentially having access to federal funding for COVID testing. As it turns out, that federal funding was limited to a point where that money was diverted to Milwaukee as opposed to 3 schools, but the state made a commitment to provide access to COVID testing in Beloit for the remainder of this year and summer school. And that is being covered by the state. We would, now that we have established that partnership, we would look to continue that partnership moving forward and allow for staff, students, and family members in both of those groups to have access to COVID testing. So I see that as a mitigating factor that would be something that we would add because we didn't have that before. And then I believe the first one that you talked about was masks. That always is a tricky question of legality. The current legal opinions still are kind of 50-50 on one side or the other in terms of can you ask and is it a violation of privacy to require showing of that. Where I fall right now is I would not mandate that people disclose whether or not they're fully vaccinated, but having access to the vaccine would allow people the choice. If they still wanted to keep wearing their mask, they could. If they're fully vaccinated, then they wouldn't need, the current guidance is they don't need to. And so that's where I would fall at this point as our initial point of discussion to kick off the planning.
So just to follow up quickly, so vaccinations would be treated different than immunizations because we definitely ask who has been immunized.
Correct. There is no definitive statement in terms of a requirement for the vaccination. There has been talk in the public space at the higher ed institution level, but not in terms of, at least locally, for K-12. The only caveat that I would say in terms of immunization and vaccination is that I would treat this in terms of unless there was additional guidance from the state that would change it. I would say that currently we tell all of our families you need to be vaccinated for chickenpox, but it's a personal choice, and if a family doesn't get that vaccination and there's a chickenpox outbreak in a classroom, we notify those families and say, this happened with a student in your child's classroom, these are the steps that you would take. We would follow those same protocol. I envision us following the same protocol in this case. We would still be screening and contact tracing all symptomatic students and staff, and we would be providing that communication out to the families that would have been in contact with that and say, this has happened. If you are vaccinated, these are your steps. If you're not vaccinated, these are your steps, and then work accordingly that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member Levy. Board Member Jacobs?
First, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Kieser, and your administration team for all of the work you put into this. That's awesome. And I just had another thought. I tried to get all my questions to you ahead of time, but just a real quick question. If someone's been vaccinated and I'm thinking more of a staff member, and they're feeling uncomfortable, they can still wear a mask if they want, right?
Yes, making masks optional would not, I would not, moving forward at this time, recommend saying that we are banning masks once they're no longer required universally. In part, some of the anecdotal feedback that we are hearing from health systems, both hospitals and clinics as well as the health department, is that One striking statistic that has come about is the lack of flu-like symptoms and allergy-like symptoms, and they believe that masks are a direct result of that. And so they're actually haven't formalized it in writing yet, but they are strongly orally recommending that school districts consider allowing staff and students to wear masks as we come into next year's cold and flu season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Jacobs. Vice President Levy?
Yeah, with a lot of the changing, like I said, when I think of COVID, I think of our current context, our evolving understanding and the science, and we know we're learning different things. In a mixed group, like I said, right now our plan, it says that, if there's a mixed group, say like our intermediate schools where 10-year-olds can't be vaccinated, but there are 12-year-olds and kids that are older that are there. Right now, the plan is that would still be a mask required environment. And then in the other, let's say like our high school spaces where everyone is of age that could receive the vaccine if they wanted it, what is the plan for breakthrough infections? So, and the understanding of that. So, like some people may have heard, like with the Yankees, about 8 or 9 members of the team, they got the Johnson & Johnson shot, but there was breakthrough infections. Now, but people's understanding, because there's a lot of different things here, said, well, in that sense, my understanding is said that, well, that proves that the vaccine worked. They had no hospitalization, there was no severe illness, but that is something that is going to become common as we continue to move forward, and people are mixed in this group. So amongst in essence, those that are unvaccinated are a threat to themselves because they're exposing themselves to those risks. But for those that are vaccinated, to be amongst those people, like I say, because it's a vaccine, it's not a 100% bulletproof. What's the plan for that reality when we create that mixed environment?
Great question. And so when we think about the evolving nature of the situations, what we do know is we've done a lot of learning this year. And moving into a situation where, let's take the high school where it would be optional based under the vision that I put in there. If we were to start to determine that there are these cases where we are starting to see a lot of symptomatic students and staff, having access to the COVID testing allows us an extra tool to start to diagnose right away whether these are positive or negative cases. So what is the symptoms symptomatic of COVID, or could it be symptomatic of something else? But we can always fall back and say, for the time being, everyone's required to wear masks. We can always fall back to say, the health department would still be in the loop with any symptomatic cases to declare a localized outbreak, and that we would have to go and flip back to a distance learning mode. If we had a situation with breakthrough infections that led to more symptomatic cases locally, we could even switch back to a cohorted style model. So we have many more options available to us. And while we are looking to phase out the screener, phasing in access to the COVID testing, I think it becomes a game changer because it starts to remove the ambiguity and unknowingness, because now we have the ability to provide answers instead of saying you need to go home and if you choose to get tested versus choosing to wait out the time, and we're left having to react to that.
And procedures for quarantine, I know like the guidance on that has changed. but what's our plan?
So our plan would be to evolve with the changing guidance. So what wouldn't change is our connections with the Rock County Health Department, the Department of Health Services at the state level, and making sure that our actions are at a minimum at the level of those entities. And then always asking ourselves, what does it mean for Beloit, knowing that Beloit is a unique community unto itself. And so we have to take into account our population and our needs here.
Yeah, I am in favor of 5 days in person. It makes sense to me, like I said. But I think that, even as you guys are crafting the plan, creating the understanding for people and the communication, that we are still in the midst of this pandemic. Yes, things are different. But if, the local conditions, the current context necessitated a rapid shift or a move towards masking again, or some change that people felt was great that they wanted to happen, but conditions are such, with the information that we have, that there's some decisions that need to be made that'll move people back to a place where they don't want to be. I think we need to continue to build that understanding.
I appreciate that feedback, and definitely having the ability for us to change rapidly will also adds that responsibility for communication, and that communication is not just at the building level, but also at the board level.
Thank you so much, Vice President Levy. Are there any other board members with questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'd like to thank you so much for your presentation this evening, Dr. Kieser. And I guess my only comment is that I appreciate that you're reaching out to get other stakeholder input, and I am very much looking forward to hearing that. So that brings us on to our future board meeting dates. However, Vice President Levy, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, item 2A is now uploaded. If you wouldn't mind reading our announcements for us this evening, and then we'll conclude with our future meeting dates.
All right, I still got to find it on my computer, though. Meetings. 7 p.m. Oh, I'm in that meeting.
These are highly anticipated announcements, and they're totally
Agenda.
worthwhile.
What?
Just didn't load up. Mine loaded up. If you go to 2A and click right on the thing, it should be there. Yep. Thanks.
Here it is. All right. Here are the announcements for today, May 25th, 2021. Congratulations to Major Monty Elder, JROTC instructor at Beloit Memorial High School, who won the 2021 Wisconsin State Grandmasters Arm Wrestling Competition on May 15th in Milwaukee. The event was sponsored by Gigi's Playhouse, a multi-state organization whose goal is to assist and help families and children with Down syndrome. Since 1975, the YWCA Rock County Women of Distinction Award has honored more than 250 individuals and organizations who have improved women's lives through community service, professional achievement, integrity, leadership, and dedication to the well-being of others. Congratulations to Robin Bai, Student Data Coordinator, and Rosa Maria Larson, Biliteracy Instructional Leadership Coordinator, the recipients of the 2021 Women of Distinction Award. These women are role models and leaders within our district and within our community. The YWCA will honor these women at their 46th Annual Women of Distinction Award Dinner on August 12th. On Wednesday, May 19th, the School District of Beloit met a milestone in providing 1 million meals to all children aged 1 through 18 in the Beloit community since the onset of the pandemic in March 2020. This milestone is a result of a coordinated effort to meet the needs of children in our community with healthy and nutritious breakfast and lunch meals 7 days a week. We thank the teachers, principals, staff, Aramark, and Durham for their commitment to provide meals. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and during the month of May, the National Alliance on Mental Health on Mental Illness is sharing the message, "You are not alone." We would like to reiterate that message to all of our families in the district. We have resources available at all our schools that include school counselors, social workers, and psychologists. Please reach out to your child's or teen's school to access these resources. Our in-person 5-day-a-week summer school program registration is open. Dual language immersion is available for summer school as well. Elementary and intermediate summer school starts on June 12th, and high school summer school starts on June 14th. Please check out the district's website or all school websites for more information. The School District of Beloit Todos Unidos program is hosting a virtual event on Thursday, May 27th to provide information on a 2021 summer school. Families will have the opportunity to attend a Spanish or English session. The Spanish session is from 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. and the English session is from 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. For more information, please reach out to Tulio Duran. The School District of Beloit, in collaboration with Summit Clinical Labs, will offer PCR COVID-19 testing to students and staff and their household members. The PCR test is a nasal swab and is the most accurate and reliable test for diagnosing COVID-19. Testing times were shared with staff and the families of the School District of Beloit. In collaboration with Home Care Pharmacy, the School District of Beloit will offer a vaccination clinic on June 2nd for all eligible School District of Beloit students age 12 and above. Parent guardians will need to complete and sign a consent form. No insurance is required, and there is no cost for the vaccine. Mask and social distancing will be required. Registration information was shared with the District of Beloit, with the School District of Beloit families.
Thank you so much for reading those for us, Vice President Levy. And I just want to make a quick correction. It looks like there is a typo in there. High school summer school does in fact start June 14th, but elementary and intermediate dates begin June 22nd, not June 12th. So just wanted to quick clarify that for anybody listening at home, which brings us then to, it looks like, oh, there goes my mouse, 8B, future board meeting dates. Our Planning and Budget Committee meets Tuesday, June 2nd at 5:15 p.m. Oversight and Finance Committee meets Tuesday, June 8th at a time yet to be determined. Policy and Personnel Committee meets Tuesday, June 8th at a time yet to be determined. And then our regular board meeting, which will more or less act as Board Development Board Retreat, will be at Tuesday, June 8th at a time to be determined. So stay tuned and we'll let you know when those are. Is there any other open business that needs to be discussed before I accept a motion for us to go into closed session? Hearing none, I just want to thank everybody very much for your time and participation this evening. In a moment, our board is going into closed session, and I believe we will be adjourning from closed session. Is that right, Ms. Shope? Or will we come back into open to? I think the plan will be to adjourn from closed, so at this time, there's no other open business to discuss or hang in for this evening. Having said that, would anybody like to make a motion for us to go into our executive session?
I'll move to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C, relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent E, relative to deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session, and Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent G, conferring with legal counsel for the government body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Ms. Shope, could we please have a roll call vote?
Amy Levy?
Aye.
Wong?
Aye.
Jacobs?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Sean Levy?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will be ending this meeting and going into executive session. Thank you again very much. Let's take a 5-minute recess while we switch over rooms. Thank you.